Oh shit, 23 months. So close. Sarah's
Hi,
18
Kai.
thumbs up cat. Sarah's 18 thumbs up cat.
Thumbs up, kid. Where's Spotify? Hello, hi, welcome. On today's episode, I curled my bangs. Completely fine. Had them in rollers. Except I had one in a roller that, a little, went a little wonky. It went a little crazy. So I had bangs today. That's something. Where's my water? I forgot my water. I need to take my vitamins. Hey, it'll be proud to know that I actually did buy new vitamins. Anyways, hi, hello. This is the I don't know what happened to this one. I don't know what happened
Sarah's
to this
18
one.
thumbs up cat. Sarah's 18 thumbs up cat.
Like, that shit really got curled. It's quite funny, but I don't know what happened to that one. Anyways, did somebody get it? Okay, 11 water today is haunted. Hello, hello, dog. Hello, haunted. Hello, Steve. Hi, Kai. Also, Kai, thank you for how many 21. Thank you. And hi, Goomber. Bald. Bald. Oh my god, yeah. You said you were gonna get a haircut. It's okay. Now you're bald and you can't do this. I don't know what I did there. That's fucking crazy. I love how I just left that. I have no remorse. I also need to turn these to right one mode. I did my new vitamins. It's so cute. Thank you. It's my mom's old sweater. It's one of my favorites. That's why I had that. Hi, Turnip. Been working? Don't worry about it. Let me focus on working. You good, Mochi? Anyways, I just have this little guy. The rest of it was fine. You may ask, how did that one turn out so bad? I don't know, because I did the same thing on this side, but this side just got... I guess it was just pulled really tight. I don't know. But it is there. It's quite funny. You can see the indent of where the roller literally was in it. So that's my little guy. This is my little guy for today. Hee 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 hee. Anyways, let me close TikTok. Because I don't think I actually closed it. Oh, I did. I should charge my phone. Does that need to be charged? I don't know. I need to do something on my iPad. Actually, my iPad needs to be charged more than anything. Okay, how is everybody? Just can't hear. Not gonna lie, when Doc said that when the stream first started, I was like, oh shit, is my sound not working? I was like, oh no, he just doesn't have ears. Thank you, Haunted. Thank you. I was explaining I had a hair roller in this one. I had a hair roller in all of my bangs, but this did crazy stuff. So I'd just be playing with it now. Eating food? What food do you have? Also, it's like rainy here. It's quite nice. I woke up to the rain this morning. I kind of want to hear the rain. I'm gonna keep transparency. Yes! Hair pictures. Hair pictures. Ooh, that must feel so nice in the back, Kai. Like the nice little like buzz part. That shit. Love that shit. I'm sorry, the dinosaur bag in the back is calling my eyes. It's so cute. I love the dinosaur. But it's really nice. It's so fresh. That's gonna be so nice. But man, yeah, I love that the like buzzed feeling of like hair when I used to have an undercut too. Shit was so nice. Hi, Quiet. How are you? Let me turn this in light mode. There we go. Jordy's home today. Oh my god. Okay, no one here really plays Warframe. Guys, guess what? What? I have something to tell too. I want to hear Doc's. I say as I have to wait for that one. But I'm like eagerly waiting. I could have told mine, but I'm. Oh, yay! Yippee! Welcome. Now you can hear my story. It's a Warframe. I got the 75% off your next platinum purchase, which is the in-game, like, real money you can spend in it. So I got the $99 pack for $24. So I spent money in Warframe yesterday. I also went shopping yesterday. Never shopping at Target again. Nothing against it. One, I don't want to support them in general. But two, that the Target I usually go to was like completely redoing itself. So then all the stuff that I normally wanted was not on the shelf. So I had to buy different brands. And I was just like, what the fuck's happening? So yeah. Has a cute
Whoops, your
It's another
high has a
guy.
queue now.
This little guy. The little guy that didn't curl right. And I want you to know I put water in it to try to like bring it down. I think I like to need to physically just do like that and mold it back down. Except it's a little too strong. It has a strong will, Haunted. It's very strong-willed. What is this song? Oh, it's Kiku. I know that Japanese letter. That one's no. That's all I got. But yeah, so... Oh, love an outfit. Thank you. I will say, I do got the whole fit on. Sorry, I have green pants. Very comfy. These are like my, they're not super high-rise, so they don't sit high. They sit almost at my natural waistline, because they're not low-rise, but they're not my super high-rise. So they're very comfy. They're also, they're petite, so they actually fit me too. Yes, I love these color, and they are corduroyed. They are very nice. I don't have Kuromi behind me, but I can sit all the way back, so I think that's better right now. I'm sitting cross-legged. I did my jumbo size of this, so this is my favorite lotion. You cannot fucking see it in this lighting. But it's the Gold Bond. I think my uncle had gotten us on it. I love this shit so much, but because my hands are so fucking dry. So cute, thank you! I actually, like, made this, like, curl. So I'm very happy with that. We have a random, rogue curl over here because I put it in a roller gothic and it didn't work. But we're hiding it now. Otherwise, I'm playing with it. But thank you. I hope you're doing well. Your butt look good. Huh? Honestly, these ones, no. They're very, like, loose. They're very... if you take... Okay, I can't say mom jeans to you because I was like, oh yeah, we talked about that here. Because you guys don't have the classification of mom jeans in your brain. Yeah. Did you change your hair for a roll? No, I wish. I would shave my hair off for a roll. I think it'd be fun. But no, I needed to recut it because it got too long. Also, my bangs were as long as my face, so I needed to recut it. I did cut it shorter than what my headshots are, but my hair grows extremely fast that I'm like, give it like a week or two and it'll be the actual length I really want it to be. Then we're good. Class is not killing for damn. I saw you play that, but damn, okay. Another round of lotion. I really just like this lotion. I also just love this. It's just it's a mini large bottle, but that brand is so fucking expensive. I guess they have it too. I should really stop shopping at that shop. I went on an extreme skincare rave yesterday. Didn't get anything I needed though. So there's that. And I'm trying to pick a new freaking oh, hey, there's my lipstick. New freaking face wash, and I hate it. How many medium big size theaters in your area? I'm curious how many opportunities. Okay, where I live, I'm trying to think of how to like lump like some of the cities. The like 20-minute radius around me, like all those cities, we don't really have too much right where I'm at. If I go back to the mountains, if I go that way, they have a little bit more bigger theaters and a couple other options over there, but they're farther away from LA. If I go more towards LA, even if I go to like where I work in Anaheim in Disneyland, there's a lot more stuff there. And once you go out that way, there's a lot more theaters there. not super large, not like how Broadway is in New York, but there's a lot of big. I think all of our theater companies are all medium size. Any of the big companies that come around here are the travel ones, which are still good and you can get good opportunities from that. We have a lot of film stuff, but at the same time, the film stuff is hard to get on because it's who knows you type of shit. But we have a really big like costume company here in LA that I really want to work for, but I don't know how to fucking get in that because they don't have a career page. But it's like a split half and half. Where I'm at, it's mainly theater. You don't got too much. Once you go to LA, it depends on what area you're in, but you can get a good half and half.
Discord hates me. Key sent hair pics and I had to close and reopen Discord because it decided they didn't exist. Discord is a hater.
The hair pics are too powerful. Discord's being really weird because yes, Doc, I did see your whole party outfit. I remember the Master Chief one. I remember you talking about that and seeing pictures of that before, but seeing it again is quite funny. I do love the Ashley Graham fit too. But also, why the fuck did it say, hey, you sent too many photos? Because that's never been a fucking issue before. Oh, you can see the curl coming back out. Oh, it's kind of flattening itself though. Flatten yourself. He's not flattening himself. Fuck you, Chat Cat. Chat Cat be special. What food do you have? But yeah, Steve, I feel like it's split half and half because I feel like movie stuff isn't. I don't know. It's a weird time right now. I need to respond to. I'm really bad at texting now, but I need to respond to my friend who also is doing a lot of acting for the camera, for film and TV and stuff. Because it feels like nothing's happening right now. So it's stressing me out because I'm like, am I just not seeing stuff? Or like, is there genuinely like nothing really going on? I also haven't looked too much this week. I need to, but I'm bad at that now. I've not gone in a routine of that. Leftover? That is do. I'm eating leftover pasta and chicken. Okay. We do love that. Good chicken and pasta is really good. I love my bread. I love my carbs. I could not open that. My carbs and chicken. Weirdly weird lately? Uncertainty of film? Yeah, I can see that. I mean, it's the whole thing too with even like just showing with Iron Lung is finally seeing an indie film boost up to #1. Yeah, it's because we all love Mark, but like genuinely, it was a really well-paced movie and overall for. Oh my God, Miku. I just heard Miku just holding that note and I'm like, calm down, queen. My God. But yeah, because then even who was it? Let me look. That's Discord. That's not where I look. I forget who bought out the fucking theaters or whatnot. Something got purchased. I forget what it was. But basically it was gonna make movies have a shorter runtime than they normally do. So physical theaters are like in a weird spot right now. So I don't know, yeah. The film industry's a little wonky right now. Then I sent a lot of pictures more than like you spam that channel. It's like, that's fucking bullshit. Discord, calm down. Yeah, I forget who that was. Because it was kind of recently, like towards the end of last year, it happened. We don't want you right now. I do like this song though. So I know that had a lot of effect on stuff. But I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't know if it was AMC or Rico or something in general. Somebody who bought out something and that was their choice. And I'm like, that's the stupidest choice ever. Was kissing my girlfriend. Iconic. Man. But it does, I won't lie, then like Mochi, that was not a graceful jump. You like shook that entire table. Mochi has awoken. took way longer to get that picture correct. Hey, at least you were determined. I want to go look at that shit again. Letterbox, hello. The like uncertainty of like a lot of stuff in the industry makes me very much like, maybe I want to do other stuff. Not necessarily other stuff. God, it's so pretty. Oh, I forgot about Gail. Didn't look at Gail's photo, I'll be honest. Or Gail. But, oh my god, Mochi, you made me look so dark. What is so pretty? The girlfriend's kissing. Mochi's like a beam of light and has made every... Okay. She's descending. That. Okay, I won't lie. What I was trying to say earlier about the uncertainty about stuff for like me, the Delulu thoughts are in again. It was a straight Mochi flashback. The Delulu thoughts are back again. Where I'm like, man, what if I just move countries? What if I just moved to Japan or to Korea or somewhere else? What if I moved to New York? New York would still be in my favor. I could work for the theater companies, even if it was just costuming. So those are in there. And I've been watching a lot of videos on YouTube, and those definitely influence how I be thinking. I did watch a girl who I adored her so much. She lived in San Francisco and she had this really cute apartment, and she called it the Pink Palace because there's a whole bunch of pink. Very cute. Loved it. She moved to Bali and I'm like, oh my god. But I was just watching her video of that move. It's like, that's a crazy move. But then my brain just like, what if I do that? I shouldn't, because then I would have to be reliant on content creation, which is completely fine. I'm just really bad at it. And by bad is like I have the idea and we get stuff done, but I don't want to edit it. And then I have to remember to post it. I didn't even want to edit the stupid deadlock one, mainly because then I was thinking, oh man, this audio would work really good for this other one. And then I wasn't locking in, and then I locked in and I got it posted. Dashley Grime outfit fits best for her shirt. Carlax's outfit is really nice. Yes, that's weave mode. Okay, yeah, but I really love that dress. I have the one that you can get of that dress. It's the from the mermaids in Act 3. They're not mermaids, but I'm gonna call them the mermaids. That's my hand, Mochi. Do you like the lotion? You shouldn't lick lotion. Flashbang. Flashbang. Come here. No. I don't, bow, bow. I do like Wild Side, but we are, oh, thank God. Okay, she lay down. We're gonna go to Fly. There we go. She has laid down. Sarah is currently having an how do I say this word? I know how to say this word. Existential crisis. And I'm over here like, oh, look at my cute video game ladies. Look at my two girls. And I make them kiss. And they go, mwah, and they're in love. That's you. And I think that's adorable. As you should. As you should be. That's your fucking girlfriend, bro. That's your girlfriend for your girl. Can I make this? If I put gel in that, that would have been better. Look at that. I was like, what's wrong with my ear? That's just the earbud in there. I don't know what happened to this side. This side's... Oh, there it is. There we go. I can't see it. It's okay. I'm looking this way. It don't matter. Hey, Mochi. There you go. Now you can see her face. Kai says, hi, Mochi. Oh my gosh, she's so fucking white, bro. I want you to know I do that to her all the time. Can you? Oh, yes, I can. Give her a head massage. Okay, that was calm pets. There you go. Have anyone like you? Have anyone like you? Mood. Mood. You get, okay. You get more head scratches. I have long nails besides on one finger because it freaking peeled off. So the cats really like head scratches right now. Her like her? Even like her? Oh, he like her. Yeah. But you're still right. Also still mood. Because you won't find anybody that is most literally that hot. Figuratively, and I feel like in reality, in like physical, you probably could find somebody. Oh, there's that weird one again. Get back down. It's starting to calm down. I shook my head and it floofed back out. Look at it. Look how I can make little. Oh my god, my hair's short enough. I can make little horns. I love Karlak. I don't know who to romance. Also, I didn't answer it from earlier. Wait, I don't even know if I didn't answer. I haven't checked from last time, and I did not get it double checked to see if the freaking
hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
party limit be gone works. So I'm gonna have to test that out. I'm gonna have to get that fixed if it's not working in just ours.
Hydrate, you bastard!
I
Hydrate!
can't reach for my water. I may have this hand, but I reach with the hand that Mochi's on. And I do not wish to disturb her. That's 2 hydrates. I'm itching my eye. Oh my god. 2 hydrates. Taking note. I do have water. I should probably put flavoring in the water because it's just tap water. I do love my tap water. It's because we bleached the other water bottles and everything, so those have to be not bleached now. Kibi is most important. I can change the music though. Oh, I really want to pop my hand. I really want to pop my hand. Setting news? Okay, 7th. Okay. Hold on. You're telling me dates, so I'm just like, okay, I want to lock in. 7th of March. Okay, Quiet is coming down for a long weekend. I can hug him again. You better bite his fucking ankles. But yay! Okay. That's gonna be good. That's soon. I don't know why I just did this. That's soon. I have a concert that week. That's why I'm like, that's soon, because I have a concert that week, and I'm like, oh shit, that concert's coming up. But over 3 weeks, yeah. Evil giggles. And I'll put K-pop on. No flavoring. That's dude. Literally, I was in my car. I just finished shopping, so I was in my car, and hadn't moved at all. Didn't even put on my seatbelt yet. And I saw the message. I was like, I saw it pop up. I was like, oh, it's just Doc. I'll check it when I'm home. And I was like, wait, no, he said something about a cup. Let me check. And I looked. I was like, oh shit, new cup. Okay, let me go look. Pulls up the website, sees the front banner of it on the front of the page. I was like, oh, cool. Okay, let me click that. Went to it, scrolled, sold out. I was like, damn. Hi, Kirawa. How are you? I hope you're well. They made a new flavor, new cup. Well, hold on. They had a whole stuff for it. It was for... Ooh, that's a really cute creator cup. Is she a maid? 10th birthday. It's for their 10th birthday. They had... Okay, yeah, it was just a cup and a t-shirt that they have. Yeah, that cup sold out. Like, Doc messaged me. Let's just say, like, it's 10:34. So Doc messaged me. We're using the time right now. He messaged me at 34. And I looked at it. I was like, okay. By 35, by me replying, ooh, then going to the website, going to the page, getting to the cup, it was sold out. I don't like the lean flavor. Ooh, okay. I really want the, like... I'm not gonna lie, I really want the, like, cups. Not the cups. I really want the cups. Of course I do. Yeah, it was crazy. It was a little insane, because then I immediately texted back Doc, like, they're sold out. That... It wasn't even fully through the day. I think it was around 1 or 2. That cup had just come out that day. I really want the cans. The cans are really nice because they have some fizzy in it, and I really like the fizzy. Okay, tucking hair back and having this little thing is actually very cute. Okay. Oh. Did you know anyone that wants Resident Evil Village that wants it? Ooh. I don't know. Because I feel like people who I know that want to play the game already have it. Do you have an extra copy, Kirawa? I need to buy Requiem still, and that's just on me. I do like this creator cup for Kaho. It's really cute. Would buy it. Would not buy it. Why is that one so much more? It is fully decaled. So that's probably why. It's so cute though. That's so much though for that. I have a code for it, but I would not play it. Oh no, you can play it, but it's really fun. I say is, I got Doc to play it because we started playing it and then he played. Let's see how many hours he has in it finally. I don't know. I don't know who else would want it. At least that I'm not sure who has it and who doesn't. Hold on, scrolling. Doc has 60. Oh my god, no, Doc, you need to play one more hour or so of it so you can get 69 hours in it fully. Yeah, you had 68 hours basically within 1 week. Oh, so hi, Coco. Little fist goes hard. But oh, that's smart, Coco. Ooh. I'm gonna have to try that. I never thought about that. I should have thought about that because like I think it was in the Misfit. I don't know who did the video, but the whole Misfits gang, so Fits and them, they did a video and they were mixing the GG subs with random like other liquids. And they did a fizzy drink of some sort, and I just never thought to actually do that myself. So that's really smart. Said it was sold out earlier on the page, and it was a total of 2 minutes at most. It's fucking crazy that it went out that fast, Doc. The guacamole one is guacamole game refers to 3,000 and 9,000. Ooh, I do. Okay, canned one of that I have not tried. I tried the good, the Smitty one, and I think I'm trying to remember what Leader had. I think he had the goof juice, which was also pretty good. But they were really good at the cans. If I launch the game again, I'm not gonna play for 1 hour. I know. And plus I want you to play the game more, so you're gonna go over 69. I'm already past that. I'm at 83. So there's no going back for me. Goddamn. I want you to know I was like just barely over 100 hours in Warframe, and then in this past like a week or two, I now am at 154. Oopsie. Oh yeah, I have clips from last night. I did. Okay, so we just do that. We're playing Outlast Trails today. That's the name of the game. We're gonna be doing that because there's a new event based on I want to call her Liliya. Based on Liliya. We'll get to that when we get to that. I played it last time with my friends. We only did the MK challenges because I haven't played with them in a while. And so my wife was on and my wife said, "Do you want to play?" I said, "Yes." I almost finished the catalog for it. I didn't even do a lot of the task. But I'll show you what I got. 146? Oh my god, have you beaten Metal Gear 5? I need to fix the blanket because it's like holding on for its dear life. It's like falling. Completely uncrunched my legs. No, real. I think. Let me look. I don't have Kuromi behind me, which is shocking. That's Discord. I literally don't need that. I don't think I have it downloaded. I have 39 hours in that game. So obviously I did beat it. But I have 39 hours in that game, and I was only 14% through that game. Which is crazy, and I do love that, because I'm like, that's a good game. That's a long-ass fucking game. It's like running around and drinking animals and people. Fair. Fair. Can't hate you for that. Why are you bugging me? Oh, I can hydrate. I'm gonna hydrate one with coffee for quiet. And then one with my tap water for Kai. There we go. Sorry, Desroll, can you yell at me? What is... I gotta lurk. Okay, I will do them soon. So we'll yell. We'll yell when the time comes. We have a movie date. Do you want me to do your roll really quick right now, then? I don't want to interrupt the movie. I'm gonna do them right now. Get your ass back in here! I don't know why I yelled like that. Fucking... baked beans! Anyways, turnips first. 5, not 20, and 15. So it's a good day at work for turnip. Next up is you, Kai. Okay, good. Kai's right after you. Okay, you guys are gonna have a good movie time. It's 19. Hopefully your joints are good. You have a 6. 7. 6. Maybe 7. Anyways, next is quiet. Damn. Quiet. Hopefully it was a good day at work. You got a 2, 4, and a 7. You don't have a 6, 7. 7? 7 minutes is all I can spare. Actually, okay, quiet's good. Quiet did get a 7 for that. I don't know why I like roll the dice and like that. Hydra. Next up is Doc, and I think that's the last one. 16, 6, and 13. So you're doing good. Just probably cold, but you're doing good. 6? Maybe 7. I love that stupid... It's the stupid Silent Hill one that got me. Deadlock. Everybody, Deadlock. Dude, I have so many Deadlock clips. All I heard was 13. You got another teen one. And then like 7 or something. I love this song. Brains off. Okay, now you can go there. Both you twos. You twos can have a good movie date time. Can I fix this? I need to not do that. Anyways, liked your Deadlock clip? You dude, I've never had that happen before. But literally Lash did his smackdown on me, and it fucking sent me straight down. And then I fell off the map, and then I was like, oh shit, I am back. And that Kodiak is the one who said it in it. Just, you're in the fucking tunnels. I was in the tunnels that only Rem and Calico, when in cat form, can get into, so I literally was no escape. Literally could not get out. So it was quite funny. I had another clip too. There's one I really want to use. Where is it? It's under view. Yeah. And I was like, oh man, this would also be good for this type of clip. I think it's this one. No, it's not that one. There's one that I have that I was not Warframe. I was trying to scroll back to the game. We were playing Street Brawl, so ARAM essentially. And there was a Venator, and he had his crossbow out, which meant he was going to do chunky damage. And so I saw, I'm little Rem, I'm a little guy. I saw Jordy as Wolf, Wolf Girl, normal form, just in the middle, and I was like, oh shit, he's aiming at you, and I come waltzing out, and I'm just like laughing, because I'm like, oh, he's aiming at you, and then I get shot. Then I'm the target. And I'm like, wait a minute, this wasn't according to plan. That full-grown man was aiming at a child and was trying to murder me. But I lived. I didn't die. But I love my Deadlock clips. Deadlock is so chaotic that I'm like, I would love to stream it here. But either I'm having the most time of my life, or I am having absolutely no thoughts, or I lock in and I'm like, I gotta stop talking. I gotta like lock in. I have to focus on like actually hitting my shots. And then I start panicking. Or I am screaming like little Rem. Because I just sound like Rem. Because Rem just makes little guy noises. And so I talk back to Rem when Rem talks. Not gonna lie. Children are dangerous. You sometimes have to shoot with a crossbow. Hey, I want you to know, I was saying this when Venator first came out. I was like, oh man, I wish his ult would do more damage to Mina and Drifter. And Kodiak and Jordy both were like, why? I was like, because he's shooting a fucking wooden stake at you. One, in general, shooting a wooden stake is gonna hurt a lot. But they're vampires. Those two are vampires. Make it do more damage. But also don't, because I play Mina. So please, no. But it would be really funny. It would be really funny. But yeah, he was shooting at a child who throws a pillow. So I think he has a problem. I think I was innocent. I think I was innocent in this case. Yes, I threw a pillow at him. God forbid I throw a soft object at a grown man. Oh, sorry, Mochi, I scared her. So sorry, Mr. Venator. It was just so funny. That is like one of my favorite clips. I have that one, and I have this stupid Bebop clip of us just in the lobby area, but it's Kodiak and Jordy, and they Bebop hook each other because they both are Bebop, and they just went flying up. It was so funny. I had like a couple clips that I would like to do a whole compilation. But the whole compilation scare me because I do that with the repo ones, and it's like hit and miss of how much people watch. And sometimes I put the clips that I really like further into it, and I'm like, wait, no, stay to watch that one. That's the one I like. Stay. So I just make I should just make full videos, but post little clips. Child throws a pillow at me. You turn into Venator. You would enjoy Venator, Doc, because Venator in that game is just gun base. No spirit damage. So no magic, just gun base. And you can... Child throws a pillow at you, dead. Rem found dead in an alley. That's what happened. Rem found dead in a fucking alley. That happened in one of our games because we were playing Street Brawl. Do I have any? I have some of the recordings, so I don't know if I have any that is actually still there. They fucking hated Red. They're like, kill that fucking rat. I'm like, whoa. Whoa, he's just my little guy. Please. And I attached to Jordy because he was dying. So I attached him, healing him. We went into the alley, and by that, he went into the alley, and I was just an unwilling victim. And I popped out after my thing was done, and then I got slammed up against the wall, and then everybody started fucking beating me up, and then I died. I was like, huh, Red fell dead in the alley. He's a priest with a gun? Yes, so he's a priest. I actually don't know what gun he has. I haven't played them all because I don't. Tor. Deadlock. Let me look at him. Because some of them. Okay, this is more like, okay. Doc. Gun with those, like, really big circle magazine. No. Yeah, magazine drums that you put in, and it goes. The old, like, style Mafia ones. He has, like, one of those. And then a shorty. I don't know which one he really shoots with. I don't know his kit fully. He also has a grenade, a holy grenade, holy hand grenade. And he has traps. And in my traps, I have a clip of me as Rem, and the trap snaps on Rem. It's like the size of Rem, except I got trapped in 3. I got I stepped in 3 all at once. Quite crazy. I do really like Venator, but he is a priest. And some of his lines, some of them call out like, aren't priests not supposed to kill people? And he's like, well, some people have to die. Some people just need to die. I'm like, okay. Okay, Mr. Venator. But so there's that. So you would enjoy him. Since he's just gun-based. And oh my god, the fucking crossbow is deadly. That shit hurts. What song am I on? Fantasy gun. They have an obligated short. Yes. Mm-hmm. I don't really want to blast that music. I want like fantasy-esque music. But I don't know what. Oh, I need a message. Kai. Get you the was from. Okay. I needed a message. I found a Iron Lung edit. Even Jordy saw it too, and it was fucking Magnus Archives audio over it. That was crazy. Anyways, hype cleaning. No. 80s city pop? I do love 80s, 90s Japanese city pop. There's something about Japanese city pop that's just so hype, but calm hype. I was listening at a time a Heisenberg playlist. Quite great. Was really good for playing Deadlock. Let's try this one. Oh, I want Host Press. I haven't listened to it in so long. Haunted. Okay, nice. Okay. Noticed earlier, mine and Doc's D&D characters are really opposites in the way that they are raised and their beliefs. Stanton grew up with a loving family who encouraged him to go on an adventure to find himself. Was abandoned to be taken in by an entirely different species who influenced every decision she made at the age of 9. Stanton takes to a path off put by the woods and the Fae. Ari works with the forest and resource only only distrust the Fae. Okay. Yap too much, so I had to real as hell. You typed it all out and you're like, oh shit, I need to go back. Hold on, let me fix it. Real as hell. That's so cute though. I'm so sad we haven't gotten a D&D day. It'd be that way with scheduling. Also, I'm busy like all the Saturdays. Oh. Did you get breakfast? You didn't. Oopsie. I'm gonna stand up now that she's gone. I don't know if these get hit. Hi. That's tall enough. Yeah. Is this tall enough? Yes. Or you can see the top of my other shelves. I don't know where the hair is for that. I don't really care. Okay. Their assholes clean up, crusty band and cheeky. I like that, their assholes. It would need to be less than 500, real as hell. Twitch was just like, whoa there. Whoa there, that's a lot of yaps. I'm like, okay, and let them send it. I want to see it. For now, they will only watch. She refuses to be around them for a long period of time. Real as hell. It's like being around family sometimes. I curled that the wrong way. That's the way. Who the fuck texted me? Let's see. Bitch. To death. Check it. I take my meds. It's the answer. Oh, it's the bitch who didn't respond. I want bald. 2 of us responded to "Are we bald this week?" The last one didn't, and then the last one who didn't respond said "We bald today?" I'm like, please, please, I want bald, please. Anyways, hopefully we bald tonight, because I would like to bald. I like hearing all the D&D stuff of your characters. I haven't even finished building mine, but at this point, I don't know when that's happening, because I don't know when we're playing, because I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god. How the D&D chat blew up all because I asked if I can stop a wizard from casting a spell if I make out with him. With them. I love that. I mean, but did you get an answer? If only I could do that, but in like Baldur's Gate. I can't believe Gale. We almost romanced Gale. I should have. I'll do that on my own time. I'll listen to Hooligan. Oh, how long we been yapping? I think we're gonna run some trials. We're gonna see how some trials go today. Roll to seduce, and then the roll. See how. What did it turn out to be? What were your rolls? I need to know this. I need to know this information for a friend. That friend is me. I need this information. This is not staying in my ear. But I can't switch the audio, so it has to. Yeah. I literally don't know how this side of my hair is. Let's see. Oh, which is not as curled. It's like just straight down. Meh. That's for the future. I didn't actually roll. The DM said that would be the order of. Damn, so you don't even know? I hope it fucking works and you have the sloppiest fucking makeout with that wizard. I fucking hope. I need it. Maybe I put a little headband in my hair. That feels so gross to have a headband. Is it loud or is it just me? It's crazy because it's not super loud. Like, it's not on my end watching the levels. On my levels, it's not that loud. There we go. Let's see. Oh, I can leave. It's the pitch that overtakes for me. What does that mean? I know what that means, but how does that play out? Just listen on my phone. I can literally plug in my headphones to my phone. I don't want this. Talking to background? That's interesting. Because it shouldn't be. I wonder if it turned that off. Hold on. Nope. Yeah. Okay, fair. Up or down? I don't remember which one's which for this. Ba, 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 ba. I turn that up. Let's see attack of which it goes. I think. Play D&D with y'all? Yeah. Cries. I feel like nobody's been good free amount to play around. Most music has higher notes. I don't mean this in any mean way when I say this now, turn up. But so it's more of a you issues personally with your ears of how it sounds then. At least sometimes. Sometimes I do forget to turn down the music. Share, special. What if I do that? At least it's fine. I don't want to change that too much. The 10, we'll just turn it down to like the halfway there. I'm like messing with the audios. I mean, because I can turn myself up here, but I shouldn't turn myself up there because it shouldn't be necessary. That's at 10, which should be fine. Not that dance, fuck a dance. Let's see. Shouldn't have anything there. I feel like, let me see. I want to see the D&D stuff. Yay! Just seeing all the... Where was... Yeah, planning zone. This is the one I need to be in. You're not on the... True. Nobody knows what they're fucking doing. Okay. Man, it's all just the 4 people who are free all the Saturdays. That sucks. That sucks because that's so hard to find the day. Are the same problem with mine? Okay. That's what I'm like. I don't mean to be mean with this turnip, but I'm just getting more investigation. Can't breathe. I mean, I have the ducking, but it doesn't always seem like the ducking goes. I'm gonna check when the audio happens for the game. Not free. Not even free on Sunday anymore. Fuck. So do you work both Saturday and Sunday now, Doc? At least if they need you to? Dice real set? Yes, you should. Fuck it up. We all need dice. When I see that game audio go, I'm gonna check because I have it ducking. That should be when I talk, it lowers it. But it doesn't seem like it lowers it anymore, so I don't know. It was just very weird. Because it should. But I don't see, like... Oh, I kind of see it. It just doesn't duck significantly, if you know what I mean. I don't want this. The only free day? Okay. I mean, we'll just happen to have to, like, stumble upon it when it happens. Which is sad, though. Because I do... Oh, I'm in caps. Also, I'm gonna load up the game, but, you know... I almost typed in outlasting. Outlast. God. Let's see. That should change in a second. Audio is not my forte. Usually I have Jordy help me with audio, where I understand some of it, but I can't do certain things because I just don't. It's not my forte. It's not what I normally focus on. Ooh. I respond to a couple friends. Hee 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 hee. Hee 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 hee. Emoji scratching that. Okay, cool. That's already. I think this is literally just the best music for this. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit, and we're gonna see how it plays out. I gotta open up the game anyways. Oh no, I gotta mute the game. I don't want it to scream at you guys. Because there's nothing I could do about that one. That one actually just screams. This is also stuck. I think I opened up the game. Hold on, I'll be right back. Nobody should see how my cords are set up. That is quite atrocious. You know, that's fine. That is most literally quite atrocious what the cords look like back there. Okay, the game shouldn't scream at you anymore. Where'd she go? Literally behind my chair. What'd she? There. You can't go up there. She wants to go look at it, and then she gets mad at me because she doesn't want to be lifted. I'm like, girly, you can't get up there. Let me enter the facility, and then we'll change our screens. You can dream about getting up there, but you can't. I just realized there's candy up there. I should probably... I don't remember. Oh, I need to bring up my Spotify on here because that makes my life so much easier. Okay. Tabbing out. Okay, thank God. Okay. Let's go here. Game capture. Scheme boom. Oh, there's gotta be noise. Yeah, because the game is hitting louder than the music, which is fine. I feel like it's only been recently hearing from you guys. I'm like, oh, that's too loud. I'm like, that's what I normally would put it at. And it's never been an issue before. Oh my God. I tried to skip the song and I just closed it. Okay. Does anybody want some free samples? I have some soup for some people, okay? Oh, Haunted, if you're buying a new set of dice, do you have a color that you want to get? Oh my God, I have so much stuff. Yeah, me too, girly. I just like this one. It's so much fun, just snapping the neck, you know? I did get the really pretty border. Where the hell is it? Okay, there we go. I don't want her. I am tempted to put her because she's so pretty, but I need to have my little Skittle Man. When I get paid, I'm gonna buy another set of novelty dice. Okay, anything in mind for the dice? What did I get here? Oh yeah, these ones are actually kind of cool. Oh, don't mind what my character looks like underneath. I was trying on all the outfits last night. So I was, Jungle Ranger. That's what I was. Couple different options, you know. Could put on my... This would probably be appropriate to go visit her. We're gonna do the long trials, because I didn't do those last night. Oh, I could put on this. I hate that one. Oh, I went back. Hated it so much I went back. My friends have matching ones of that. These are my favorites. I love this one. What's the back? Oh, it's so cute. It's just a little kid. Just a little guy. I don't know where the other thing is. Hold on. I'm trying to get rid of these exclamation points. Oh. Okay. I assume it's there, and there was one in blue. Hi. Tried out this game, Road Redemption, which was supposed to be a successor to Road Rash. So fun. Ooh, okay. So it was a good try. I really need to play, oh, the new cat game. Fuck. Sorry, I don't really read these, and that's just me and not reading. I have an issue, okay? I have a really big issue. I don't like reading, but somebody makes a video explaining it, you got it. You got it. I will, in fact, pay attention to that video of somebody reading it to me. Then me read it? Nah. Also probably purple. Ooh, okay. Been trying to do more poetry. How is the poetry going? Poetry just takes time, practice, and you just feel it out. They're probably purple or green dyes. Maybe blue. Ooh, okay, okay. We like it. For those who do like this game, this is the new calendar catalog. I did finish this whole first part already, and I got this little frame, and it's the prettiest thing ever. That one's just her face, and I don't care for that. But I want this room so I can live out my religious traumas. Also, it's really cute. There's flowers everywhere. I got most of this. I just literally need this. My friend wanted this, so I helped him do a couple more challenges so he could get it. I don't really care about... I do like that. That's kind of cool. That was a little wonky. I just want the room. I won't lie. I thought it said... No, I was calling it Balagna last night, too. That's her last name? Bogomolova? Lovo. Bogomolova. My one friend couldn't say it. I was just like, just say baloney. I don't know why I want to say baloney. I think it's because the bow in my brain just autofills the rest of the letters. And I'm like, that's really bad. But my brain doesn't want to try to read the rest of it. Okay, Road Rash was one of my first games I ever experienced when I was heading. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, so that's a good experience then with the new game you tried out. Writing one idea of... leisure. Basing it off of real people I don't. Killing your darlings. Or real, if that makes sense? I gets it, I gets it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Holy shit. That person was at 26. It's like watching these. So we're just gonna do some trials today. Gosh, trust the therapy. There's flowers everywhere, bro. There's flowers fucking everywhere. It's so sad. I did the new trials, so I'll show you guys the new trials. They're just MKs. I need to, God, this game is so fucked. I love it. Yes, please. Like, it makes sense, Haunted, but it doesn't make sense, but, like, it makes sense. We're gonna try some of these and finish them off on standard, and then we're gonna play intensive because I'm insane.
Kill Your Darlings is a piece of writing advice urging authors to delete cherished scenes, characters, or phrases that, while well written or personally loved, do not actually serve the story's overall plot or purpose.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting that's called that. But that makes sense. My biggest beef of something sometimes, because I'm like, why was this in here? This didn't do anything for anybody. Like, it's like... Okay, hear me out on this one, Haunted. It's like the beach episodes in anime. Doesn't serve any purpose. Just get that out of there. Fancy piece of information? Yeah, fancy piece of information. Now it's in my brain. Darling to you? Yeah, just like the random pieces that, like... are just like the funny, silly pieces that don't really need... Oh, my hair's still doing the thing over there. You guys can't see it. I'm small form. MK or do ye? I only got an A on that. I only got an A on that. I got punched. Dude, in one of these last night, I got triple punched. Is that off? Let me make sure that's off. I got fucking triple punched because I got hit, and then I was like, oh my god, like, calm down. It was just one of the guys who stands at the wall, like losing his mind. And he just kept on, like, punching me. I don't know why I'm very physically describing this. Mans was fucking taking me out, and then he punched me a third time. I'm like, whoa, whoa. And I couldn't get away. Because that bitch was just punching me and stunning me. I mean, lore. I love lore. Would you like lore on this game? I can tell you things. And or I can actually read it or give you the brief stuff because I don't know everything, and by that I refuse to read. And by that I'm stupid and I just want to play the game, so I don't want to sit and read all my silly little stuff that I get. But I do know a lot of the lore of this game. And there's extra stuff, especially this new chick. I can't believe that's her last name. It's so long. Liliya. There's new stuff of her that then relates to Outlast Trails 2. Outlast 2. And so it's really fun. I love lore so much. If you want to know lore, I got you. If you want to know lore about Deadlock, I watched a very long video about that. And so now Yamato's backstory. Don't remember it all, but I remember specifically the part of how she got her brother's name, because I was playing Warframe and I was in Sanctuary doing runs, and I remember the exact spot that I got the information.
Nothing more and nothing less.
I don't want to hear him. He gets far too loud in this.
Your integrity. Show us you deserve the future.
Like, he gets far too loud, so we're just gonna do this. We're just gonna ignore this. I still have censorship on. It's quite scary to me. Oh, would you like a roll? Oh yeah, look at this freak. Oh, not that freak. Look at that freak. Go away. Oh, look at that freak. This freak.
I think my first four lines would be something like,
I'm drowning.
my darlings hung the stars in the sky. My darlings helped the bullets find their way.
I'm
My
drowning.
darlings are that way which the sky is to the sea. But sometimes you have to kill your darlings. I'm not set on them, but they're pretty good.
Okay. Goober, I hope you're doing well and feeling well, because you got 2 2s, but then you got an 18, which I think is the boost you got from trying out that game. So I think you're doing fine, and I think you're fine, but like, I think you need some sleep soon. But I can tell you lore. I can give you lore. Can I keep my darlings? You can keep your darlings. You can. My first 4 lines would be something like, my darling. That's kind of cute. I really like that. I do like what you're setting there with the vibe of that. I do like it a lot. What device do I have on? Can I beat the shit out of that kid? Okay. I don't know, I'm just like sitting here smiling at the screen like, wow. Do you need some sleep? But I'm having fun. Yeah! Good. Have fun. Be silly. Jump through windows. Don't actually do that one. Don't do that one. That last one, don't do it. Okay? I don't advise it. Give me that. Okay. We need the pedal. This took us so long to figure out last night because I was looking at the images and I was like, okay, what are you telling me? Gas pedal. You're a bitch. Don't hit me. Gas pedal. I'm trying to get an A+ on this. Gas pedal. Gas pedal. Gas pedal. Okay, you guys are gonna have to remind. You guys are gonna have to remind me that I need to like keep my shit together. Gas pedal. We're trying to get an A+. Otherwise, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put you guys through this all over again. Oh my god, she's right there. How does she not fucking see me? Is she blind as hell? Does she not have her glasses on? I was trying to open that door. I was like, what's that object moving in there? Oh, you know, just the chick who's trying to fucking kill me. Gas pedal. Gas pedal. I just throwing hearts at everything. You know, how many hearts do they... Like, these are real hearts, I assume. They'd be massacring so many people. So she went that way. Speaking of lore, y'all want some dock lore? I love... Ooh. Some good dock lore. Give me it. Hand it over. Oh, I love this bit of the song. Ooh, a file. Ooh, a piece of candy. No lie, no cap. I'm alone, so I'm gonna do this. I guess I'm not gonna do that. Ow, meow, 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 meow. The song's very calm for the situation at hand. Oh, that's not her. Give me that. Oh my god. Okay. She's stuck over there right now. I don't know why I threw that at that. Did somebody just hiss at me, bro? Doc lore is... Break that shit. I should really keep a bottle on me at all times. Oh, shit. Hi, Greg. I'm like not doing the task at hand. Shit your dad says to you in passing? I'm like, I need to lock it. Don't ring your bell at me. You can't be her, right? You could have damn well been her. Hold on, I really want to read this message. Okay. I was in the Marine Corps. Perhaps I kill a man with a spork, and you're sitting there like, dude, it's 2 in the afternoon. Wait, you were in the Marine. It's just like, dude, it's fucking 2 in the afternoon. What? Wait a minute. She's gonna jump out. Fucking scared the shit out of me. Dude, she hides in closets, and that's the one that really fucks with me. Oh, I have to go to the next spot. Okay. I was really scared of that one. I won't lie. That one was mysteriously placed. Oh my god, oh my god. I played this last night. Didn't flinch. Wheel. The wheels on the bus go round and round.
She hides in closets. Why is she in here with me? I'm not ready to be outed again.
Oh, I can unlock it.
They're here to keep the world out.
She's just sitting in the closet with you, Haunted, just like, are we gonna go? It's time. Gas pedal. Gas pedal. No, we don't need gas pedal. We need the wheel. Franco Bambino. I'm loud and obnoxious, bro. Be like this. That's gasolina. I'm scared. Why am I scared? I ran around and did this shit. Oh, I'm just gonna walk past you now. Ew, why is she breathing like that? Don't breathe like that. In my fucking ear? Okay, we need... That's a car door. It's not what we need. I won't lie, I did not expect her there. But Mr. Bambino's this way? Okay.
Careful, making so much noise.
I found Mr. Bambino. That's online being... It makes me a good chunk when I talk about it. Hell yeah. Good. Gas pedal. Gas pedal. What? What? Oh, the kid moved. You're not real, right? Okay. I don't know why I went this way. Is that the wheels on the bus? It's not the wheels on the bus. I do need to get in here. At least she... Wheel on the bus!
2 targets remain.
Okay, so we ain't suffering, but also don't suffer in the closet with her because she's kind of scary. You know, somebody's fucking listening. Going, yeah, okay. It's you too, bitch. The wheels on the bus.
One target remaining.
I would like to keep this bottle. Okay. We need more hearts now. That one scares me. I saw her climbing there once. That's not a wheels on the bus. Oh my god, Franco Bambino. I don't know why I call him his... The wheels on the bus. Oh, I did learn my X button. Literally, if I run fast enough, you know what they can't do? They can't fucking catch me. They for sure could catch me. I won't lie. Okay, I don't know where I'm going. But I have a bottle in hand, and I'm happy. This can't be her. That's what I freaking thought. How many do I need? Okay, only one more, because there's only one of me. There's only one of me! We needed 12 last night, but there was 4 of us. Toby. The wheels on the bus again? There ain't no way. Okay, so there could have been a way that was her. Oh, I do love this song. What am I doing? The wheels on the bus?
3 targets remaining.
That's a man. Do I remember this map? Can't this go around? Nope, that's the bathroom.
Question of the day or QOTD. If you were a baked
Okay.
good, which would you be or would want to be?
I thought that said if you were a baked bean, and I'm like, okay, so I'm a baked bean. Okay. That's not the wheels on the bus. I need to get out of this house. I'm gonna die in this house. Wow. Baked food. Ooh. I feel like that's a good option. Like, not just like any food. Baked good. Ooh. You could be a bean if you want to. True. I do love some good red bean. Like the sweet. Oh, I don't want to be guessed. Is that Franco Bambino? He's kind of stupid.
Watch out!
He's got a little binky. Because he's just a little guy. Okay, so this kind of led me nowhere. I don't know why I started holding my breath. I do love, the wheel. What's right here? Gas pedal. Oh, I hear her. I hear him, actually. I don't know why I fully just ran to that. I do love a good Kringle. A Danish Kringle. At least from the... Yes, from, the Kris Kringle brand. Oh, why did I turn that off? Sorry, I'm flashbanging myself and everybody. If I go down, we all go down. The wheels, car battery. I want to read that now, but I can't. I gotta log in. Hold on, we're remaining locked in. Everybody better tell me what baked goods they want to be. Give me my brick. Whoa! I kicked that. Y'all see her? I gotta go to the bathroom, bro. The ADHD in the brain is going crazy. Wow, somebody was sneaking in there. Gary? Gary! Power battery.
I'm fucking balls on this guy.
Yeah! Oh. Please don't be in the closet. Papers! Okay. I have a fritter. Ooh. Oh, but I feel like that's close enough. That's a car door. Like... She's coming in this building, bro. She's doing what in this building? Sorry, I couldn't hold it. The jokes are so silly. Backing it up. Okay, so I'm missing... Oh. Okay, so it's not that one, but I was missing a couple. Dude, would an Aquafito pass? Because that shit's so good. I do like the Kringles. The Kringles are really good. Oh, here it is. He is on the bus.
One target remaining.
Woman. I don't know why I turned that that off.
Please proceed.
I don't know why I'm stressed. I'm just oh god. I'm just gonna hit this. Do I have any adrenaline? I should have grabbed adrenaline. Anyways, look at their loving family. Actually, a little kid and the two guys and then for reagent. Hey, do you got any adrenaline in here? Guess I can sit right here. We're just gonna go camping here. Now I can read everything. Joking, the story is that when I was in college, I was talking to a dude, just talking, but I was saying he was attractive. Okay. He made comments about how he was failing class, and he didn't have any work skills. I jokingly told him to be a stripper. Well, after I moved across the country, I got a random message from him on Facebook thanking me for the advice and a picture of him chipping down. That's fucking crazy. Well, was he successful? Like, was it like good as it? I should have just ran. I ran last time. Maybe ooh, chocolate muffin. Hey, bitch. No, thank you. That's just water in my eyes. Go this way. Go that way. Go this way. Jump out that window. The drama. I almost just got punched by her. Oh my god.
Fun fact, kangaroos cannot easily hop or move backwards, however, they can do slight shuffles or crawl on all fours.
Excuse me? How rather interesting. What an interesting fact you've just told me. I'm really out of breath. Why can't they do that? Also, hi games, how are you doing? Okay, and here's where the stress-induced begins. Because look, oh, there's the gate. How nice. Oh, wow, there's so many TVs in front of it. Tell me what the code is. Boot, gas, pedal, not gas pedal.
My favorite word is serendipity. It basically means a happy coincidence. I see no way in a serendipitous light.
Gas pedal. It's of course not fucking over here. It's over in that corner.
One target remaining.
Who the fuck you think you are, looking at?
I don't know who the fuck you think you are, bye.
Fucking jerk.
Fucking run. Oh, can I hit him? Okay. The bananas kill you? I mean, that's fair. You eat too many bananas, they can. And I love that. Strawberry fluffy. Okay. Chippendales body style? Fair. I hope he's doing well. That's fucking crazy that you said that jokingly and then he actually did it. But, I mean, good for him. Because it seems like he's very happy about it. I'm still thinking what I would be. I do like a Kringle. Kringles are very good. Ooh. What's my favorite baked good? I do love a good snickerdoodle cookie. But I love cake. It would probably be some form of sweetbread. Because I love my Hispanic sweetbread. Love that shit so much. Oh my god. Can I be really particular?
My favorite word is defenestration. It means the act of throwing someone
Tomorrow's
through a
wars will
window.
be endless and quiet, and we will
I
win
would like
them
to.
with
What is it?
silent weapons like
Defenestration?
you.
Somebody. Healthy person would eat around 400 in one sitting and die from potassium. That would be, honestly, that's quite crazy to even imagine eating more than like 2 bananas in one sitting. I just like am heavily gulped, so that's kind of crazy. Share 50% of your DNA with bananas. So you're telling me I'm bananas? You're telling me I'm bananas. Gifts? The Pharaoh girl. Yeah, she's Liliya is a work of art. The Pharaoh girl. Look at that dog, but there was a fun one. My favorite word to teach people. I love random words. Catalogue. Fuck. Oh, I could get it. I can't do math right. So we're gonna redesign our room. Hi guys. Welcome to Outlast Trails. No longer about the trials. We're gonna decorate our house. This is now The Sims. I only have 38. I can't buy shit. I can buy one thing. A lot of coins though. Look, I'm already ready for this. Okay. So we're now a church household. I want to see what this looks like so I can get the vibe of the restroom. Okay. Okay, we got a prayer corner. Quite nice. We gotta have our soup and our candy out ready for offerings for people, you know? This is magnificent. Oh, that's little baby. Okay. Okay. Ooh, I have the perfect painting for the wall. I could put the baby bed. That's kind of cool, but I do like this a lot more. What? Quintessential? Is a perfect example of? I love that word. It tickles my brain. What did I get new here? Oh, that? No, I like my little candles. Sets the mood. No, we gotta keep our jar of candy out. Do we have any other food? We can offer popcorn and a drink. Lesbian lips. Hey, lesbian. Hey, lesbian. Ah, Yodi. I am gaming too hard. What the frick is that? Why do I have a red telescope? I gotta keep my snacks out. I can scoop some of these brains out. Do I want... No, we gotta have the flowers on the wall. Well, look now. I wish to read fan fiction. I wish to be in peace. Go read fan fiction. Hopefully it's a good one. Hopefully the story is getting quite good. That's Amelia. I don't want no owl on my wall. What are we there? We got her there. What do we got over here? I'm gonna put up the portrait I have. Lesbian lips. Sorry. Oh, we could put Jesus up. We could put Jesus up. Oh, should we also have the nun? I feel like the nun matches it, but we gotta have Jesus. Oh, let's take her off. We're not worshiping her anymore. We're gonna put our little portrait up on the wall. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. These are the walls. I do actually like the wall it comes with. Where is it? Do I? I actually don't. I actually don't. That's way too much on the fucking walls. Okay. The wood's quite nice. That's a fucking brick. Oh my god. Circus. Disgruntled is gruntled. I've never once heard somebody use, like, gruntled. Like, it's always disgruntled. It's never gruntled. Have you just never felt gruntled before? You never just be gruntled? Ooh, that's quite nice. I do think I like that color better. Blue is quite fine. That's a little bit atrocious. In a good way. Foliage. Don't want that. Daisy flowers. The brick is quite nice. I might just change it to the wood. How do we... Yeah, it works. Whelmed. Are you whelmed? I feel like Yogi is quite whelmed recently. Rock on the floor. Circus. We need some, like, nice floral thing light. That's snow. Not that light. Not that quiet. I'm out of breath.
What's this? Tin floor. Perfect. Smack my face right on it. As we're blowing our shit, let's move off. Okay, that's time. I ain't got no good floors. I mean, that kind of works. I could put plastic on the floor. I'm a gruntled worker. You're a grunt worker? I mean, that's just normal wood. Okay, doesn't match the wood on the walls. I forgot what that was called. That's like tile. I guess I might just keep that. That's like carpet. You can make a cute like little 70s room if I do this and then we do... I have to have the right color palette. I feel like that works better. Yeah. Yeah. I like the sheets we have on because it's floral. I'm thinking way too much of this. This isn't even the fucking game. This doesn't even matter. You don't even get to see that. I'm gonna put that one. I don't know what difference that makes at all. There was a little pattern on it. I see. That's not bad. I don't think I like it. This is the true part of the game. I don't like it. I think this works.
Trust the therapist.
Yeah, that one works. Okay. I needed to go to the bathroom, y'all. I won't lie. I think I like that color. I almost want to do this color, though. I'm gonna keep it to that. I needed to go piss, girl, bro. Brother in Christ. Zigzag floor. Just overwhelm this place with patterns. You know, it's not actually that atrocious. I just spazzed out. Oh my god. My internet okay? Okay. So, I'm gonna lock you guys in this room. What do you want to stare at? I can leave you staring at Jesus. You guys can have a personal talk with Jesus. I'm gonna leave you with Jesus. This is fucking hilarious. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick and grab something to drink. Literally leaving you with Jesus. Everybody leave space for Jesus. Here. You can have your taking. You can either talk to the tarot cards if you want, or you can talk to Jesus. You have the options. Oh, the other angle was so much better, though. We got flowers in our hair. Oh my god, I can leave you guys staring out the window. There you go. You guys can stare out the window. Enjoy the view. I'll be back. Get my cup around my chair. Loves me. This is I know because people are so right.
Who you are in the trial is who you are inside.
I almost hit the bookshelf. I almost hit the bookshelf. Almost did. Hold on, little headphones. Didn't matter, the headphones already connected. Anyways, I flipped out the rest of my hair too. Except I still have. Welcome back. Thank you. Oh, that's just, you know, there you go. You can stare at Jesus again. He'll tell you if your sins. What those are? I ain't fucking know. You go too much. That's what the sin is. This stay behind my ear. My hair is very fluffy and it's. That was a jump scare. It's starting to hold its little waves again, and I'm like, okay, good job. Okay. Who wants to suffer? Got an A+ on that. I hate that one. Vindicate the guilty. Cleanse the orphanage. I know very well. Join you in trials? I'm just doing solo trials right now. Not gonna lie. So not right now. I hope you have a good time in trials. Especially in this new event. I do like it very much. Part 1. Oh yeah, part 2 comes out. Wow. Dude, I Esme. And that's nothing against playing with people. I do quite enjoy playing this alone. I love playing with friends. But I found a joy in playing alone. Why? I don't know, I'm insane. I should turn on... Shouldn't. I shouldn't. Should I turn on invasions? I don't always get them, but when I don't want them is when I get them. And then when I do want somebody to invade, when I'm actually ready and prepared in a trial, I don't get them. How is that my fucking scar? Yeah, it is. Oh my god, does it? This is like the opposite of what type of game I'm playing. Anybody watch Bridgerton here? I finished season 2 and I'm like, oh my fucking god, finally they got together. Which was the whole point of that season. But I'm just like, okay, come on. When's it gonna happen? When's it gonna go? My hands feel moisturized. From left field? I gotta talk about Bridgerton, okay? Fucking love Bridgerton. This is a huge... I think my ADHD... I think I just have a lot of energy today and I'm happy to be here. My bangs look like I have a bowl cut and I look like a sad little Victorian boy. I think the brain can't stay on one topic. It just wants to talk. Perfectly fine. Good for this. I need to spread out my bangs, but I don't know how to do that, so we're just gonna keep that. Flavor update? Good. It's pretty good. I do, in fact, I am a good connoisseur. I do like it. That is the first tub I ever bought physically, because I had samples. It's pretty good. I do want to try to add it into sparkling water now, because that drink with a little bit of like fizzy was really good, and I did enjoy that a lot. From the candles. Okay, I had to push the bangs up a little bit, and by that, literally scoosh them up so they weren't touching my eye. This is my favorite seat. I sit here. I can't breathe. I gotta stretch. Oh my God.
Education and faith must follow our mandates. Children will learn obedience. Shape them young, and they're ours for life.
Yeah. I don't want to hear him talk. Buy soda stream? Ooh, that's a good idea. I should start working out like the old ladies. not even old. My body just fucking hurts. Everybody should do their stretches. I literally walked out of this room and I looked at my mom. I was like, that's what I didn't do. My stretches. Should get a gym membership. I should too. I'm scared of the people at the gym. I'm scared to go to the gym because I know I need like an actual trainer. Because like I know what I'm doing in a sense of being safe, and I know how to tell when I'm like, okay, I did that wrong, because I can feel the wonkiness in my bones, in my body. But I don't know what I need to be doing. It's kind of like when oh my god, I still have that peeve. When I did a show for at work, and then they didn't tell me I was standing in the wrong place. I'm like, you guys need to tell me I'm standing in the wrong place because I haven't done this. So like, I genuinely don't know what I'm doing, so please tell me so that I fucking learn. But other than that, it's the same thing with that. I don't know exactly what I'm doing, especially for the part that I want to work out. So I'm like, I would like somebody to tell me this. Whoa. She tried to swing at me.
All
Can I get
enjoy
chocolate
some
milk?
angel dust, so we're ready to seize the day.
Can I get some chocolate milk? Hey.
Daddy, who are these people?
I don't know. Who are you? We're only on... Oh my god. That was weird watching that change.
And because of the magic trick of communion, you
That needs to be taller.
if you're one of the good people. Because it won't taste
A little bit wider. Perfect.
flesh and blood of Jesus Christ.
Did that woman just say angel dust? Yes. That's what the children are in fact doing. Where am I going?
And turn them into his flesh.
Girls and infants. I think the girls is right next to me. Oh no, it's the infants. What's right next to me? The infants? God, I hate this.
Crackers and juice. It's like the flesh and blood of Jesus.
I kind of did that really fast. I'm not gonna lie. Do I need to get ambulance? Oh my god, I need to get ambulance. I forgot to fucking play this stupid ass game. I didn't want that. Give me the bottle back. I forgot I have all. Get out of my way, nun.
Show that we promise to stay.
There's nothing for me there. How rude. I like locked in, then I de-locked in. Anyways. I say this in the half-joking matter. We should all get a gym membership together and go together. And I say in the half-joking because we physically can't all go together. We're in very large different places. But how rude. Minding my own business. What the fuck did that? Oh, she left. Anyways, this is one of those original trials that I've done so many times. Damn, does she have no mannequins up here? I guess this is a very large map and I'll find some more later. Give me that bottle. Give me that bottle. I didn't bring it the first time. Not gonna lie, the song kind of just scared me. Because it was like, who the fuck is chanting? It's the song. The song is chanting. We gotta go to lessons next.
Welcome to your homeroom class for a reading from 1 Corinthians.
Dollars for two. Yes.
Daddy said, come to class, children. We'll watch something fun.
Too late. Okay, what rooms do I need? Okay, right there. you doing? Can I jump over these kids? Oh shit. How are you doing? Oh shit, there's a bitch walking.
I'm not nothing human.
There was an EPA challenge I did one time, and I forgot that I had invasions on, and I was just minding my own business. And it was a newish trial. Oh my god, she scared the shit out of me. I didn't realize that mannequin was there. Genuinely, life flashed in front of me. I just stared at it like, oh fuck. Are you real? You're real. My hands left my keyboard for a second. My hand left my keyboard. My hand was on WASD and it teleported to G. Detroit, Rock City, my kiss. Yeah, okay. You have to give me a little bit of a moment, papers, to, we don't need to do that room. Okay, that room. To, you know, have time to locate the song and, you know, cue it up, in a safely manner. Cold as ice. They're gonna run straight at me. Secret corner. Secret corner. Take your time. Lobotomy for free? I put it up on my phone. I could probably get it. Ooh, a bandage. A bandage is quite nice. I'll take that. What the fuck is breathing like that? I think they got asthma. Just like me. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Oh, that was rude. Fire and then dinner. Oh. These kids are gross looking. Do we need to find more mannequins? I don't see much. Okay.
Up this way.
Up this way, okay. I should put an adrenaline. Holy, I've missed her so much. Oh, would we like to see the presentation? I think he's censored. He's censored. I can actually just stare at him now. And then I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna put myself in here. I don't actually think I have any Kiss added to this playlist because I don't listen to Kiss a lot. Okay. Also, I don't know why she's whispering. Quite scary. How is the music level for you guys? I don't know why I flashbanged you guys like that. Are you real? You know, I'm quite scared. Okay, she's fine. Oh look, a bottle to replace it. Oh, that would have been very unfortunate. Hold on, I didn't even look. Oh god, she scared the shit out of me. Star key? Heart key, okay. Where were you? 5. fire. You're listening to Kiss is my dad's favorite band. Your eye. No, I don't want to alert them. That bitch is sensitive. Me too. I'm not making fun of you, little guy. That's a crown. Why does he not get sensitive around the other people? He's just shy of us. Clover. Has to be bodies out here. Star. Diamond, not star. Bunny. No, bunny. Don't dig your hands in that. Heart. Barely audible? You're louder than that? The game is louder than you. Yeah, the game is loud as shit. I won't lie. You know, I used to be louder, and then a lot of things have become very wonky. After this game, I think, oh my god. Don't move around like that, bitch. You scared me. After this game, I'll mess around with it a little bit. We don't need the moon. It's my favorite room. I don't expect the music to be super loud because of how low I turned it. Oh my god, I can't see shit. Yep. I actually could just put myself in a locker. I don't mind. Nothing's happening in this trial. What are the things I want? Use you. Use you. Use you. God, I got a lot of drugs in me. God, I'm heavy breathing. He's heavy breathing. We're not a full time. Do I still need to... Hold on. It's very obvious. I just need to look at a task thing. I need to unlock 3 more. I should really finish reading sentences first because that is... I didn't finish reading my sentence. I assume you can tell where I stopped reading your sentence. I hope you enjoy acid rain. I think it's really tasty. I kind of want to mix it into my big drink because it is just tap water, so I'm like, oh, I should just mix it into that, see what it tastes like. Oh, somebody opened this door for me. How nice of them. Oh my god. That's quite rude. You see her going there? Hey, man. Try ass?
Passing by just to say I love you. I'm on day 3 of battling this sickness. But I am getting better. Yippee, I go home now. BC, my last class is cancelled, so Dobby's a free elf anyway. I drive home to get Jack in the box. Love you all. Chat less than
Have safe
3.
drive. I love you. Then come back to us. And tell us that you were, that you were alive. And by that, I mean, tell me that you beat the shit out of the sickness. Okay, I need to collect these. So that I know for sure they're not her. I just need one more. Is there any other? No. Refill the generator? The generator. Open. Yeah, it was the second one, because I read the sentence right. I just didn't finish, reading the sentence. Oh, fuck. Oh, I guess I got it right now. Ooh, fuck it. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. I still need one more amulet. Can I just take it off her cold, dead body? Oh my god, she's in there. She's in there. Somebody's in there. Something's in there. Moral of the story. Hey, I need to unlock things. Can I unlock you? 1. We need to unlock 3 things. Actually, does this have general? Yeah. Okay, we're doing a mass run of unlocking things. Can't unlock that. Can I unlock this one? I can unlock this one. 1 more, I think. Anyways, like I said, I really did like acid rain. I thought it was very tasty. It was very fun. That's the one that I learned. Oh, you put more scoops. Because it tasted all right the first time. But then I put more. I'm like, oh, okay. I really taste the flavor now. I'm actually tasting how it's supposed to be. I gotta saw off his legs, but... gotta unlock some things first. So he can wait politely. Oh my god, why did I do that? It was an awful time to react to that. Is there something in here? Please? Can I unlock something? Can't unlock you. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Huh? Let's go chop up his legs if we see something on the way that we... Oh, see something on the way. Wahoo! Look at that! We got so much done! Okay, I still don't know where adrenaline is though, but oh well. I'm just gonna chop off some man's legs, okay? You guys, you know, this would be a great time, actually. So you don't just hear the screams of a wailing man. Settings. I guess... turn it down there. Apply. As long as I still can hear the game. Oh look, you don't hear the wailing man as much, I think, now. I hope. You might still hear the... I'm just cutting through lettuce, okay? I'm just cutting through lettuce. We're just serving the kitties up some lettuce. We're gonna go take some bloodbath here in a second.
It's fine. We were just cutting up lettuce. You know how it's crunchy? Or some celery?
I can barely hear the music myself, so I think I'm gonna physically turn it up there. Hear the wailing man? Are we still 100% do? Okay, yeah, but I turned him down. Oh, I was like, is it happening? It was happening, I just couldn't see it. How are the levels now? Besides me, I'll probably somehow... I mean, I can turn myself up here. Am I louder with this volume? I shouldn't stare at her. I should have ran already, but I was doing things. She's like, don't worry, Nova, don't worry. I mean, I can talk. Oh god, she was right there. Oh, there's no big man. Oh my god, the song genuinely scared me. Because I thought something was stomping towards me. Not gonna lie. That's so funny. You are. Okay, where are my enemies?
Dr. Butterman.
I like bullying them. How are you all? How are you, Nova? What? I guess I haven't done that trial since they've updated a lot of stuff. Dying in bed happened the past week. Fair. Everybody's sick a lot recently. Losing my shit? Fair. What if I think I know what to do about the game. Some games are just so low and some games are so loud. Wish I was home. I'm sorry. Sherry Lady is too loud in my own ears. I think I need to open my window more. can't breathe. Easterman?
You learn beautifully. You may be my ideal
What do I
student,
get at?
my inspiration and gift to science.
It's loud that it wasn't
I
loud.
think you are a perfect masochist.
See, if I talk really close to the mic, that's completely fine. I feel like I'm too loud. What if I just turn down 1? Compromise. Because I could talk directly into the mic. I could also put it just closer to me. I need to fix my hair.
Crisis is the catalyst for growth.
Oh my god. Bitch is just in my room. Hi. I didn't expect somebody to be in my room already. It was a little... It was a... Oh, they closed the door for me. How nice of them, they closed the door. Hi, Mender. I don't know how I got a lot done, but I did. What? What you mean? Oh. 2-year anniversary? Wait, it's been that long? That's kind of crazy. You got a 9, 9, and an 11. Oh my god, you got a 9, 11. Doing great. Oh my god, it's all of the big trials. Oh, that's really cute. What does that look like? Can I think it's a whole like fit. I'm gonna tap out of the game really quick. So we're gonna put ourselves there. I'm gonna tap out. And I'm gonna fix audios. I'm gonna take this and we're gonna put it down to 15. And I can turn the game up a little bit more then. I'm at that. We're gonna turn that down to 15. So then I'm at -10. I'm at 10. Those are all at 15. That should be better. Doc, I'm gonna need your ears. And I guess everybody else too. About sound-wise. I'm gonna turn this game back up though, because I can't really hear it. And I kind of need to hear a lot. It's about what I had it at. What did I get? What did you do? Okay. Oh, hi, Jordy. Oh my god, you're my sound person. Because they were saying the music was too loud earlier. So I kind of turned that down, but then the music was low. This game is loud as fuck, though. But then they were saying I was low. So I'm trying to balance it all out again. I'm warm as hell. So I'm trying to, like, just balance out all the sound. I feel like everything got jacked somehow. Because I feel like it was fine before, for a little while. And then now it's all, everything's wonky. I love my computer. I can't say I hate it. It'll fight me back. It will personally fight me back. Ow, 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 ow. Where is my new item? Oh, there it is. It's kind of cool. Playing D&D, so now I own dice. Fuck yeah. We do love dice. Oh, Nova, let me do yours. 8, 16, and 16. So you're doing really good. I have 200. Oh my god, I have 200. Oh, on both. Should definitely run a trial where everybody's dressed up as the suit. Let me go do this. Yeah, you're doing good. Money. I don't have enough for money. I do love these poses. That's kind of creepy. Wood wall. That one, we'll do this one. That's about. Oh my gosh, she got a fucking cheeks out. My god, she got her brain out too. Damn. My previous session? Damn. You got your last session.
Positive mental
Can I buy anything else? Do I have any? I have 14 tickets. Let's buy some shit, I guess. I don't know what I used to use on the first one. Medicine I have all that I can ask for. Though some of these other ones probably would be good. It's just what I prefer. Oh, I usually use backpack slot. That's good. Slippers is really good. I'm just gonna purchase that one. I'm gonna go get some rig stuff. I kind of want to. Now hear me out. Because I'm gonna point, but Jordy's a hater, and I think
Yeah?
I think we're gonna try the jammer rig.
If that gives you any trouble, let me know. That's better.
I think we're gonna try to jammer rig. I don't have invasions
Keep your head
on,
down.
like for randoms, because with invasion, I feel like the easiest way to just handle with them is, I wonder if you can jammer the reagents. That'd be funny. But it's the easiest way to deal with them, which does kind of get really bad because then it's just the easiest way and you can bully them back. And it's like, okay, well, okay. I kind of want to try the jammer rig and do the new trial. Sorry, I needed to speak with my cat. She actually did have words back to me. I want this hair to stay, and that means I should probably use gel for that, but I don't have to do that. Anyways, hi Mr. Pantstail. I hope you're doing well. I'm really thirsty. I'm gonna drink. The lamb, yeah? Okay, okay. Fuck yeah! I really love Cult of the Lamb, and I really should boot up my save, because I never finished the game to begin with. But we had a cult here for the Cult of Bread Cheese, which is kind of where the name Bread Cheese for like Stardew has come from. I'm just trying to get my bangs out of my face. Should not be just flipping them up more. I look ridiculous like that. It's quite funny. Music is loud? But it's, loudest, but it's supposed to be? Cheat sheet, Discord. Putting my tea away. Thank you, Jordy. I don't have good ears, so... I wish I could change the color layout of this. Yeah, because the audio, the game does get really loud, but that's just Outlast. Like, Outlast does get really loud. But then at certain times it gets really low, so fuck Outlast. I love it. Fuck Outlast. I need to beat them. I think I was on the third boss in Cult of the Lamb. Oh, so you enjoyed. I should save that. Because everything should be audible. Spotify's hitting 25. Game hits like same level as me. Oh, but it has ducking on it too. Yippee! I love a good little cheat sheet. Wow. Up you later. Yippee! Yippee! If I click things, I feel like the game's low, but also nothing happens in this. No, because the game hits like the same level as me. I just jumped at a random person. Voice regularly hits red and nothing else does. See, I can turn myself up more then, because it doesn't really... Well, okay. Hold on, we're going back out to the cheat sheet. I should just pull it up on my phone. The red for that is... What do I hit? I hit 10. I hit negative 10. I can turn myself up here then. If I turn myself up to that, that at least gets louder. I don't want to blast out people's eardrums right now by just turning it up. You ever play Cult of the Lamb on stream? I would. I used to Nova, and I like having the Twitch integration with it too, because then I can have you guys as little members. Let's put it to like there. We'll see with that. Everything else is turned down. You can always adjust your our audio. True. I'm gonna turn it back up to this then, because then this should be fine. Because this was getting me loud. I think because it's that mindset in my brain that oh yeah, okay. I hit red now. I hit red. Red means bad. Red in my brain, bad.
I finally got a name for Theo's fiance. Might still change that to husband before I play with him. His name is Ezra.
Ooh. Ezra. I met a kid named that. You should go to school with him. Red is good as long as it's not always red. Fair. Okay. Because I hit top of yellow and then sometimes red. I also could just stop moving and actually pull the mic closer to me too and talk directly into it. But I also think the ADHD is strong today and I am all over the place, and I was physically demonstrating what a man was doing to me in this game when he triple tapped me and knocked me fucking down. So I think I have a lot of antsiness in me today, and I'm just moving, so doesn't it help? Doesn't it? No, I didn't fix my stuff. Oh, I can fix it physically right here. Look, I have the jammer out. Do I have all the upgrades? Yes, I do. Kuromi! I love Kuromi so much. I say as I have cinnamon roll on my microphone. But welcome in. Thank you for the follow. We're going into one hell of a trial. Things that's like... Oh, Dave. I like that you guys have that running joke. It's so funny just hearing it randomly. It's very cute and adorable. Okay, I'm gonna see how loud Easterman. Where's the look at the sky? I have censorship on, but I don't really care. I don't want to look at it. The sensor block scares me. Ooh, there's my face.
You are the negotiator. Human life is just one more product.
Okay, my little peoples. How do your ears feel about the sound?
Plaything is up for auction.
Tell me, my peoples.
Despoil its value, and we will let you out.
I didn't stir my sugar in this. Hello. Would you be a fan of Kuromi? Oh. Oh, these sets are their boobies. So sad. Oh no, Dave. Actually, his name is... You know what? Fuck it. I really like the... You were winding up to fully say his name. It's like, no. It's fucking Dave now. Exactly. Dave, David, my dearest Dave. That's my name. Fuck it. Hold on. I got me a Kuromi plushie right here. She is my, like, chair plushie to sit to help my back. Doc in chat sent me this, and this was the stuffing in the box of the gift he sent, but I have Kuromi. She sleeps. She's very great. I also have another one, but she's up there, literally squished. Is that Machima? No, that one's Machima. She's right above Machima. But yeah, second best gift. Yeah. She's on the floor right now, though. Did I hit something? Oh, I hit Slipper. Which, truth be told, is because Mochi's on the chair, so I can't disturb my cat. Hehehehe. Wahoo! As you should be involved, Haunted. Always. Oh shit, I have a new, Oh, I thought that was his face. Hold on, I can be warm in here, right? Okay. I don't know why I ran all the way back in here. Excuse me, pardon me. Okay, warm my little Tushia. Mr. T, how many deserves? More respect. Fair. Just gonna collect some things. Because this is gonna be a little bit rough of a trial. Wow, I need to fix my bangs because then they're in the way. Maybe I should learn to enunciate my fucking letters. My bangs were in such a way that it was annoying me on my own face. Okay. She's not out quite yet. So I don't even need that. We're just gonna fucking run it.
Let her out.
Okay.
Let her out.
Word make tushy? Oh, I kind of want that. Can I have that? Okay. I kind of want that item, so hand it over, dead body. Okay. Let's see. Kind of forgot about this game, not gonna lie. Real as hell. I go in and out of like, playing it a lot and then not playing it. I've kind of been more into playing it recently, but sometimes I forget and then I'm like, oh shit, there's a new update. What the hell's happening in this game? I have, been reborn. Not reborn. The freak is that called? I have relapsed in this game, which is an interesting experience. Excuse me. But it's quite fun, honestly, relapsing. Kind of makes me play the game all over again. So I do like that. Big fan of that. Let me in. It's cold. Let me in. How do I... Oh shit. Oh, do I not have to do that in this one? Okay, we got that there. I'm gonna get damaged a lot in this, I know. But I do recommend this game again. It's been quite fun with the, with this chick. This chick who's about to kill him. Oh, it's like it's a show started? This does make me really sad hearing their conversation. I think because this is the first time we ever see somebody in here. Of course they all are, but he literally has our rig on. Oh, hey, girly. I literally hate this trial. I love the auction, but I really hate the auction. My bangs are splitting. And I don't want that. There we go, better. I am doing.
The auction is only for those who can afford it.
I can afford it, sir. Me says as I'm broke. Money. Oh, I put it down. Hold on. Oh, that is why I like having what the freak is that called? The bigger pockets. I guess I can't really put the bottle in here. Okay. I guess that's why I like bigger pockets. I was like, what the fuck was I saying? I like having that one extra space. That's two. She's that way. Okay, we're gonna try out this jammer rig. Oh, okay. What if I open? Okay, that was quite rude. I guess it kind of does tell you where she is. Broken glass. Let's see if she's... Oh, there it is. But it doesn't help me out too much in the long run because... Oh, she's not even nearby. Holy shit, I like ran into the room when I did that. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the jammer. I do... Oh, area circle of land. I love this circle of land. I highly recommend Circle of Land, says somebody who is Circle of Land all of... Oh. Oh, okay. So I do still gotta collect amulets. Was she there before? I made her full up.
You cannot sacrifice me.
Oh, how many times does she throw up?
I did not come to be served.
Oh my god, she throws up a lot. 2, 3. So it stuns her like 3 times. I don't know why I ducked like that. I don't know what I was physically dodging. Okay. Because I thought, like, okay, 1 throw up is like, yeah, sure, that's fine. But, like, that's 3 stuns, so you definitely can get away from her. Is my cat sneezing? I think she's sneezing. Let me go drop my money off. And you can kind of look at her. I kind of see the niceness of, the jammer rig, but for her particularly. What is this game about again? Okay, so. Oh my god, I forgot about the secret. I don't need to do the secret. Oh, that's so simple. So, this takes place before Outlast. Lollipop, leave me alone. Okay, so, oh, she's there. I was like, where'd she go? Did I lose her? Oh my god. Okay, so, oh my god. I'm fucking running for my life here. I need that. This takes place before the first Outlast and the second Outlast. Oh my god. So... Oh my god. She was a lot closer than I thought. Okay, girly, I'm trying to explain this whole game. Could you, like, stop? I'm not like on standard. Oh my fucking god. Are you shitting me? Okay, that should be everything that's in here. You have that. Okay. I hope... So these are trials, and they're experimenting for a lot of different things. The Murkoff company, as you see later on in the first Outlast, becomes very much an asylum for insane people. Gee. And is kind of a fraud and a facade, not a fraud, it is a fraud, but a facade for this company to do whatever the hell they want for experiments and everything. And so this is the beginning trials. This takes place during like the 50s, I think? I don't know. Way back in the day. And to get a brief summary of that, it's just kind of a trial to put us through like a lot of pain and hell. A lot of these are different experiments that they're putting out and testing for different purposes. We are the free labor that they put out posters for, and we're like, hey, come be reborn. Start anew. And so we're being put through these trials to test out our whether we're worth it or not. Once you hit a certain point, are you shitting me? Once you hit a certain point, you are able to be rebirthed and you're able to leave because after so long, they promise you that you can... Oh my god. Sorry, I have a Jaeger chasing me. Ugh, I hate this Jaeger. After a certain point, you can be reborn because that was the whole thing of you go through these trials, you go through these experiments, and then we'll let you free. Yeah, they don't. They brainwash you and they use you for their ploy for different assassinations, bombings. One of them is the Walker, which is the like Ghost Rider in the first game that you experienced. You become one of those. So like, yeah, they do not have the good word for us. But they're using us as free labor, essentially. Okay, none of these. And you have different experiments, say like the one chasing me right now, which is another person who was stuck in these trials and is turned into a Jaeger, which is an immovable, you cannot like stun her at all, mini boss that just follows you around when you're not completing. That scared the shit out of me, I'm not gonna lie. As you can tell by my reaction, I don't like having the Jaeger here. But yeah, the Jaeger is like another experiment, and all of these, Liliya, who's chasing us, are just the prime assets. They're like the big chunky experiments that they did that are kind of successful. I really wish that this Jaeger would fuck off. It's like, what am I supposed to do? I'm doing my... Oh my god. I'm doing my fucking job and she's mad about it. I think she fucked off, I won't lie. Okay. But yeah, they're just trials and it's really just them trying to experiment on people and for the I don't know what their ultimate goal is. I don't remember that. Cause then even just please don't pick the Jaeger. Open sesame. Hey, buddy. Well, fuck you. Where's the button? This is the first trial, though, too, to lengthen the lore. Oh, good heavens. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna run out of there. Oh my god, there she is. There was just a few people there. Like political assassinations. Assassinations? They're doing assassinations. Anyways, yeah, a lot of it seems like that. Blackmail, but I don't remember. Oh my god. She's worth money. A lot of them are. But like, I think it's just like blackmail and them being able to do whatever the hell they want. So I'm like, I actually don't know what the whole goal was. Because like, in a sense, Resident Evil, it was like bioweapons. For the military, for strength and power.
This sounds so cool.
Yes, honestly, it's really cool. It's really fucked. Like, the whole concept of this game and a lot of stuff that they go through in this game is absolutely fucked. All the people are mentally ill in extreme ways. And by that, I think Liliya, the one who we're dealing with right now, she went through extreme abuse and everything with her mom, then was orphaned because her mom died. I don't remember her whole story, but it's like the gist of that. And then she got adopted into a religion and she became a very heavy evangelicist, like, as you can see with religion. So she's mentally insane, and so she lures people into like cult. Anyways, each one of them are fucked in their own way. Franco Bambino, one of my favorite ones. I hate him so much, but he is he thinks he's a baby. He doesn't think he's a baby. He is a baby. You wouldn't hit a fucking baby. It's my favorite line. This one this way. So come out there, is it in there? But they cover 18-minute ad. Did I set it up like that, brother in Christ? think I've had ads that bad. Oh, what the fuck? That's crazy. Also, style is your? I did. I got a haircut, and it's washed today, so it's freshly styled and everything. Oh my god! But I hope you've been well, bud. I kind of want to jam her. She's just being a little bit annoying. Okay, so if it doesn't fully go off, you don't lose that charge. So if I'm going into an area that I'm being very loud in, that's crazy. I'm gonna hold on the lore talk then. 18 minutes is so fucking long. I'm so like baffled by that. Cause like, oh, hi Mochi. That's great, it kind of sounds cool. Thank you. I do love these hairstyles. Okay, pop that open. I should have just yoinked it open. But just close the app. Sometimes the ad timer changes. That's okay. Sorry, Mochi was just in my way. I couldn't see what it was doing. That's actually kind of smart. Because that's absurd. At least that long. It shouldn't be set to that long either.
Let me sell you.
Let me sell you. Excuse me. Ow, he still hit me. Ma'am, we don't do that here. She's trying to sell me. Hey, brother in Christ. Oh, she's done throwing up. She's done throwing up. Mochi. What the fuck did you, what did you knock down? Money. I may return, I may not. Don't worry. I'll just have a good rest of your day and everything. Oh, she knocked down a dice. Oh, she knocked down the metal dice. I'll have you know. But yes. Oh my god. I won't lie, Mochi. This is not the type of game to like be prancing around my table. I love you dearly. Can you sit down? Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna sit here for a second. We're gonna sit for a second. I thought that said Dave up there. It said God. Right, it's tea. Okay. Man, there's not too many of you who don't have subs here, which is good. Grateful for that, because that means you guys give me money, and it means you can use the emotes and whatnot. Oh my god. Mochi pushed the mic right up to me. I guess I'm speaking for the back of the class? Excuse you. Excuse you. Mochi, if I don't go, I'm gonna get Jaegered. Oh my god, Mochi. I need you to not. Mochi. Get in the fucking... Mochi. Hitting everything on my desk. No, don't scream at me back. Look. She's gonna try to... Maybe I should let her out for once. Hope you do too. Gato. So what's the plans for Valentine's? And me? Working. Oh! I saw it go off for a second. Ow, 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 ow. Get off me.
You belong with me.
Oh, so it's only really good for that. I mean, I kind of expected that, but like... Now we're gonna sit here. Yeah, I work on Valentine's Day. I am baffled. I need to check the ads thing after that. It sucks because it's either you get the option of having ads constantly, but super short, or you have to put the ads for it being super long. Not super long. I don't think I have it set to 18 minutes. I haven't changed anything recently. But yeah, you either get stuck with longer ads or so many of them. Oh, good heavens. Oh my god! Bad, bad, bad. Hello, goodbye. My slipper is off and I'm trying to fix my slipper. Does anybody else have plans for Valentine's Day?
It's an illusion!
It's not an illusion! I don't want to be sticky! My ear hurts because I put my earbud in too much. Oh my god, Skinner Man, don't do that to me. Is it on the wall somewhere? It has to be on the wall somewhere. It has to be on the wall somewhere. Oh, right there. Then I can get that key. And just move on. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Wahoo. I can make them sick? Sick nasty. A couple of friends wanted to go to... Ooh, that sounds really cool. Oh, where am I going? Let's do this one. Let me go get the big chunk of money up here. She went that way. It's this way. We're gonna quickly do this. Oh my god. Swing and a miss. A swing and a miss. Oh, at least there's no... Oh, I guess I would be on harder difficulty. Either going to work, I'm definitely working, or I'm gonna drink and blow my schmoove up. You know what our response to that answer is. But you know? Relatable. Oh, good heavens. Who's popping up behind me? Sure hope it ain't her. Oh god. I can't believe they're gone for fucking... I don't expect... If Kuromi comes back after that long of fucking... Ooh, I need you. Where are we at? Okay, just one more. That long of a wait. Props to them. I should just give them a fucking gift sub at that point, because that's crazy. No, not you.
My flesh.
Oh, my flesh? No, thank you. Your flesh. Go ahead, Doc. You can do it, you piece of shit. Fuck you. Just wild for y'all, but y'all do y'all? You do that. No, you're not allowed to. But at this point, big mood. dead, money, bitches, hoes. I almost grabbed that one. Oh, we did it. Gone to a paranormal. Yourself, sir? No, I have not. It sounds really cool though. No lie, sounds really freaking cool. Honestly, anything like paranormal, that sounds really freaking cool. That's like right up my alley of things I like. So I particularly find that really freaking awesome. I don't know why I checked in there, it's not there. It's like over here. Yeah. Oh, it's all the way over there. Meow, meow, meow. I literally only need one more. Okay. Do you wear? Oh, I still do wear glasses. I just stay locked in on her. Oh shit! I didn't stay locked in on her. That's kind of hard. You really do have to just use it as a like disarm when you're like sneaking around. Oh, there's a lot of those there. I'm gonna take that. I think I'm gonna need that. You wear contacts? Nope. I can see well enough. I'm really not super blind, but it still is one of those cases where I know I should have glasses on because it'll just help me. I just don't. So that's on me. What about my butt? I always wanted contacts. Kind of glad I didn't. Because like I don't need. Oh my god. Put that down, that's okay. I don't need that anymore. I really don't need that anymore. Oh my god. The sensor bar scared the shit out of me. Okay. Should I paint my nails? Ooh, yes you should. What color? Do you have any choices in mind? That just opens up that, right? Okay. Only got black? Eh, fuck it. I do love a good black nail polish anyways. I'm gonna hide myself really quickly. Oh my good heavens. Girly. I feel bad. My cat's pouting now. Should I paint my ceiling? What color would you paint your ceiling if you did so? Jody. That's so fucked. Like, that means she got, like, captured and taken away from her team, as they were doing trials. And they're all freaks around here. I can hide? Oh, if somebody walks up that, they can just see me. Saw that go off for a second. We're just gonna do this. Whatever color inside. I don't think that color would be very nice. I think what you have there is already good enough, so I think you should save that paint for the rest of your life. Put that in your pocket. You know? Just keep that in your pocket. Don't touch it. Don't touch it ever. Well, keep it in your skull. I might have to look at the ads thing after we get out of this. That's like essentially the entire rest of this. I didn't need to do that. That's the rest of this fucking trial if you're in an ad that long.
You belong with me.
Did she come up the stairs? Oh no, she didn't. I don't want to crank it yet. This part really disturbs me. I jumped! I don't know why I jumped! Bonk. Ooh. I don't know why I jumped. Somebody fucking growled at me, bro. Ad break is almost as long as the episode of SpongeBob. Yeah! That's why I'm like, did I fuck up the ad somehow? But I haven't changed it in a while. But I haven't... No, because we've had people in ads. And they've come back like, okay, I'm back now. I don't know why. That must be like pre-rolls and the stupid fucking ads. Because I'm like, oh my god. I don't think I've ever seen anybody complain about it being that long. Because, like, I don't like ads, and sometimes I don't even want to sit through it. I'll be... Get the... Where the fuck is she? Where is she? Where is she? I think I might rip off one of her limbs.
Stop choking!
Oh my god, you really have to mash it. I'll take a hit. I didn't take a hit. Fuck you. They're not my messiah. You know what? Fuck it. I love that. That's so cool. I didn't know about that. Like... Thank you, Doc. You didn't need to. Really? That's just so... You should be saving your money, sir. I know, like, I'm complaining about it, but because I don't think I've ever seen the ads be that long, even for new people who have, like, come in here. You're not my mom. You're not my dad. This is why mom doesn't fucking love you. I love that. Oh my god, the freak is following me. The freak is following me. Oh my god, you were waiting it. Oh my god. Kuromi, were you actually waiting it all out? But fuck yeah, no ad, because that was really atrocious. Forgot the nail polish has a strong smell. Yes, it does. Nail polish does have a strong smell. Unfortunately. Oh, I got her arm off. Hey, so she's nearby, actually. Yes, oh, thank you so much. I run for my life. I was literally holding on to the lore in my pocket, just like, okay, I can't speak this till they're back. There was a second one? Oh. Just, no, that's real as hell, because that's such a long wait. And we were, okay, while you were gone, we were discussing it, because, like, I've had people come in who are... Oh, my ankles! She actually didn't hit me at all. Throw up. I cast. I flew up. I cast. Blow up. Anyways, we were discussing because I've had people come in. Obviously new. Oh my god, there's a whole bunch of reagents. Oh my god, like I've known like these are other just innocent people in here, but these guys are just like dressed normally. Anyways. I've never had somebody get hit with such a long ad. Like that. I'm sorry, I did rip off one of your arms, girly, and then left. So that's my bad. I could decide to take back my crown. I know, you're trying to add up to your crown anyways. Which is also still horrifying. What? Oh. I don't know why I backed away like that. Huh. I don't think this is a good hiding spot. You're oh, like religion. I'm gonna do a disappearing act. Actually, can I? Oh my god, can I? Oh my god, I can't. Yes, I can. Disappearing act. In a closet. I've gotten 15. Like 11. 15 isn't that bad. And that's still really bad. Like, not even just like from here. Like from other streamers. Like, I hate the ad situation. Because like, yes, I want subscriptions. Because then I get money. I get paid. You get silly little emotes and no ads. But like, what if we move to YouTube, brothers? My brother, crap. Also, I have lots more lore I can explain if you so want it, Kuromi. That was tea break. Okay. Oh, Jammer's back up. Jammer doesn't take too long. Oh my god. Oh. I hope she comes. Oh, she's throwing up. She's throwing up again. Move to rumble. No. She's throwing up again. She should throw up one more time.
You cannot sacrifice what defiled hands.
Is she really going back that way? That's rude. She's still in mannequin mode down there. Let's see if she walks up, or when she walks up. Yeah, I'm sorry, girly. If I could just take you out easily, I would. If you don't like limbs ripping off of bodies, I'm about to rip a limb off of a body. Oh, she's right behind me, isn't she? I'm sorry, she just asked me to hit her more. Oh. Okay, yes. Anyways, back to lore. It takes so long to get off of these. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what would be good lore to say. Oh, I can hide in here. Okay. Because what was I thinking of? It's really fun because, like, each of these trials, this is a lot based upon religion. I just got, like, a notification of, like, getting a task done, sound like? Oh, scary. But each of them are kind of, like, based off of, like, stuff happening in normal... Oh, we already did that limb. Oh, that's the limb that's almost done. Normal society. So one of the really fun ones I like is Bambino because it's the union. And so you can see that... Sorry, girly. Is she up here already? Oh, she's behind me. It's different stuff like burn the union because, they wouldn't want the union workers being a union. There's also a lot of fucked up ones for the kids. There's a lot of fucked up ones about children. And those ones sometimes get me where I'm like, that's really bad. This one's really fucked because then you learn. Okay, bye, girly. You learn, like, this girly and the one who died at the beginning are reagents just like us. So, really, we're all expendable in this trial. Oh, she's coming from somewhere. Oh, she was right there. God, this is so tedious. Meow, 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 meow. I'll have to show you when I get out of this all the list of the trials because it's easier to explain there. But a lot of this, at the base of it, is them brainwashing us. And it's really fun because when you do the rebirth, which is you being released. Oh, I'm sorry, girly. The kid's just like eating. She's right behind me. I no longer know where she is, actually.
So she gets back in my head.
Oh, that's sad. There's Grind the Bad Apples. I do hate that one particularly. I do hate that one. I think that's a full-length trial. Sorry, girly. Just gotta do this. One last limb. You know, one last limb. Sorry, I'll get off you. One of them is giving the kids into a van to get taken off to. That one's kind of, fucked. That's the one that I'm like, that's fucked, bro. But I like that Grind the Bad Apples. Hi. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me, pardon me. Is anybody here? No, okay. Oh, God. Let's see. I like the court ones, because that's a lot of, like, corrupt, like, jurisdictions. Jurisdictions. I almost said juristicats. Juristicats. A lot of, like, corrupt, like, higher-ups, both in the police, and then you see it in the court, too, and that one's really fun. Kids in a van. This game has Pizzagate. I want pizza. Holy shit, we were in there for 43 minutes. A-? I did get hit a lot. I have an A+ in the normal ranking, so I don't really care. Let's see. Okay, get me out of here. I really like that, and that's Coil. Coil's a bitch. He's an awful fucking human. A lot of these people are awful fucking humans. The twins are the ones that are really fucked, and it's the reason I love Outlast, is because they're not afraid of doing really fucked things, because it's kind of their brand. And they're really fucking freaky, where I'm like, I don't want to hear you two talk. That's kind of really gross. I'm just gonna move away from you guys so I don't hear you. Because they're freaks, and not in like the fun way of like, wow, you're a freak. No, they're fucking freaks and I don't like them.
Is an evaluation and a prize in the same.
And then there's Easterman, who is the man for the first game, because he's in charge of this whole corporation. No, actually, he's not the man for the first game. The man for the first game is in the wheelchair up above. Easterman is the man who, though, loves us and at some points is very delulu. See, up there, you'll see a man sometimes in a wheelchair up there, and he's the man from the first game that you see in the wheelchair. Where am I? Like, Price of a Flesh game. Price of Flesh. Ooh, I don't know that. I like the sound of that. I mean, like, this is obviously very body horror, which sometimes I hate. Sometimes I hate body horror because it, like, gives me the heebie-jeebies. In a good way that, like, they do it well, and it just kind of freaks me out a lot. Because I can't do, is it? I think it was Scorn that came out. I think that's what it was called. That one just freaked me out, and I do not like how it looks because it just makes my skin crawl. Don't like it. I finished the whole catalog. Also, I like dressing up my little guy. I have her in a clown fit. Oh. No, I won't have enough to get that. I just kind of complete the catalog, so just keep on going. Let's see. Okay. Jammer. It's interesting. But yeah, these are all of the trials. I think when the first portion of the game came out, it was just these three. So it was the police station, so it was Coil, and then the orphanage and the fun park. I feel like it was just these two actually, and then this one came, and then we were stuck with those three for a while. I think we only had like 3 things for this. We had 3 things for this too. I think we did have this one too. Grind the bad apples, yeah. And then we had like 3 for this, and we slowly been getting more. And then we got Justice, which was the courthouse. I really like the courthouse. And then we got the worst thing fucking ever. The toy factory is something else. I hate the toy factory a lot, but it's really funny because it bases around like Duck Duck. The toy factory ain't no kids' toys, but I hate the map so much. It's a really good map. It's just agony. And then we got Franco Bambino. What's his freaking name? Can you tell me Franco Bambino's name? Franco something Bambino. I love him. He's funny. I hate him. He's like on the top list of I hate, but he's very funny. To watch the vids on this? Yeah, honestly, I really recommend. It's really fun. I like watching people play the game because sometimes it's just chaotic, especially when you have a whole group. But the lore is really cool. Franco Bambino is awful, but his stuff has to do with like drug smuggling. There's a really weird one where they're milking people. He's weird. He has a binky for a reason. Very weird. This is all about like more or less like red light district-esque things. Oh, it's kind of like the toy factory too, but this is like downtown red light district, dealing with all that. And then we got the suburbs, which was just like the normal people, the 50s like housewife and all that esque, which was really fun. The freaking shopping mall. I think this has the Union. Like, yeah, liquidate the Union. Then we got the shopping mall. I don't know what they're about. I kind of don't know what they're about. Nobody really liked these two a lot. They are twins. We're also in love. Very weird, very fucked up. And then we have her. She's great. Liliya is really great. She is one that has really fun lore because I learned that she, her, like, church and religion kind of that she built upon is also in Outlast Trials, not Outlast Trials, Outlast 2. I keep on saying Trials because it's just, I talk about Outlast Trials. But it's in Outlast 2. It's still the church that's based upon this. So I'm like, oh, I should rewatch Outlast 2 and see about that. Because that's what I was hearing from some people. I'm like, that's really interesting. How long have I been streaming? Okay. I'm gonna do the last one for this bunch. And then maybe we'll go on intensive. If you ever do get back into playing this game, I think it's really fun. I love playing the MK challenges because... I need to see, how long did that one wait? You can have a trial that you go into where... Can I view details? I think it was... I think it was this trial. I went in and I accidentally got invaded because you get invaded now with reagents who are just like you because of a whole lore that happened with Amelia, and that was the coolest fucking event in this entire game, and nothing will really live up to that. That's really fun lore in this. But I got somebody who invaded my match. I completed that shit in 3 minutes because I was like, oh fuck. I just ran. The Amelia lore is really fun. That was such a, like, event time in this. And doing... That is the only trial. They don't have it anymore. I think they brought it back a couple times when they, like, bring back other events to just, like, rerun them. But that is the only escape trial that you could have actually escaped. So me and my friends did it once. We only did it once, so I'm sad I only got to play it once. But I got to actually properly escape the trials, and that was really fun. So I got to do that. Her whole, like, build up to her story was so fucking good, because it was when I was playing a lot. I'm about to get chewed out. Why are you about to get chewed out? Do I need anything? kick her off my desk. I don't like the jammer. I like the jammer for her. But I don't think it's... It is the case if I don't think it's the best. These are my 3 top ones. Then blind, and then jammer and barricade. Oop. I didn't go to the right place. The build-up for Amelia, I remember seeing random A's like spray painted on the like outskirts of like the maps, and I remember turning to my friend. I was like, "What the? That wasn't there before. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, that's new." And he was like, "No, like I don't know what you're talking about. Different stuff." I'm like, "No, I don't remember that." And it was so cool seeing the build-up to slowly seeing stuff for Amelia, and then she fucking got, and then they fucking strung her up, and then they said no more rebirths. And then they said, okay, we made a new system, here you go. Which was also them covering up of when they were doing a whole overhaul for the game too. So it worked really well. Not doing something safety has asked that we do. I disappear, that's why. Okay, fair. Don't get chewed out, please. Be safe. I don't want to hear Easterman. Okay, we hear Easterman.
Tyranny of facts and impartial reason to condemn the people who protect and guide you. The past is
I do
changed.
kind of want to sit,
The
but
future is set. Sabotage the court.
now my cat's
Kill
really
the
comfy in the
judge,
chair, so I
and we
can't.
will let you out.
I love talking about lore. I don't know as much lore as in this game as I do Resident Evil. Using his tiny whiteys. Oh, there's Coil. You know, maybe... Hey. He imploded! He fucking implode. Implode. I really should just play Deadlock sometime on stream.
Please be safe also, this looks so cool.
Yes. Okay, she's still here. I forgot. You can't possibly be here. This is really fun. So this chick, Liliya, isn't normally in the matches. This is just special event. Because it's her event. This event literally is based upon her, which I think is really cool. Because before they've done prime asset trials where it's just they combine them all into a trial and they're just always there. Oh, you don't have anything. Which is also cool. They got really funny dialogue with each other. What was that? That scared me. Oh, that's a big man. Actually, it's a big woman. Much lore, or Resident Evil lore that much, but I do know Mass Effect. You do know Mass Effect very well. You, ow, that was rude. Reach the courtroom. Oh, okay. I was like, what am I doing? I don't know why I like gulped.
You do not contradict the testimony of an officer of the law.
Okay. Bye, Coil. I'm very scared one of these is gonna be here. I will say, you know a lot of the lore for Village now. You should at least. Or be more familiar with that one. Open sesame. There's fluff in my face now because I shoved my face into my cat. Oh, I forgot I have bangs. I shouldn't just... Oh god, I was like, please don't be here. At least I know courthouse. And grinding apples do the kids get... Yes, they do. There's actually 2 trials that the kids get ground up. That sounds really funny. Yeah, there's 2 trials. Because I learned, because it's been a while since I've played certain ones. Grind the apple is a long one where you have them in like a little boat. And you get to grind them up. And then there's also Punish the Miscreants. And you get to also grind up the kids in that one too. So if you really hate kids, guess what? You can grind them up twice. Oh god, I hear the creepy bitch. Okay, in we go to watch our little scene. I have so much cat fluff. Right? The game 4 to 5 times? Yeah. And the DLC. You only played the DLC once, right? There's so much cat stuff. It's just like playing. Yeah.
I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Unlock evidence. I don't remember exactly.
Oh, it's just a doll. I'm alive. I survived this long. Doesn't that mean something?
Oh, I love this one. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, you do get the fun little 7, 9, 6, 3. Oh yes, love a little head we get. I love how those blink.
Stop this. You bastards are gonna stop this shit right now.
I have to go burn the evidence, drop the evidence in the fountain. Yeah, we're gonna pour acid into it. You do get the lovely little emotes now too, as well as no ads. So a double whammy. I got scared. Okay. Doesn't tell me here which way they are. I think acid. And it won't let me do stuff until I get this one. Sing this trial, yeah. This is. Oh, I forgot I can't run with acid. Oopsie. I was just trying to get back really fast. Don't need to cry more than that. Real as hell. How much is much? Destroy the evidence. Okay, it's 1 each. That one kind of scared me. I feel like this trial. Oh. Oh, that's the censorship that's on that. This trial's been out for quite some time, but I do love it. I wonder who I alerted. Need a hand? Coil. Oh, he's on my ass. He's on my ass. I really personally do love Coil's trials, because I find him funny. I don't find her funny. I do not find her funny. I need her to the buzz off. You're a little too close. Okay, you know, he was not fooled. There was no battle there. Come here, Coil. I dare you. I'm armed. Yes. Okay, so now it's just her over here. I really didn't need to do that to Coil, but I did. And he deserved it. Death is so cool too. Yes! Dude, that's why I love... Oh my god, my eyes. I love the rebirths because they are genuinely so cool. And it's also the fun time of like, okay, what am I gonna get next? Oh, it's in here. Okay. There we go. No worries. I'm gonna lock into this, but have a good rest of your day. 3? Something, 1. Three something 3 6 7 1. Oh good, I got it right. At least I can run with the head. Oh. I'll drop the head. Fine. She fucking freeze. I didn't even try to dodge that. Easterman's gonna be so upset at me. I set off so many traps because I just run through them. Oh, I could just go this way. Okay, then we just gotta go upstairs. Anyways, yes, but take care. I don't think I've been properly, like, I've been executed in this game before, like when you die in the... Oh, she's just standing there. Oh my god. Oh. Like, I've been executed in the game before, but like, not too much. Oh, give me that. So I'm quite happy about that. Used to be the guy with the big scissors in the first game. I would have to double check because that's just the case of I don't remember their fucking names in that. I'll be honest. But can I get a recharge? Oopsie. I forget his name because. Well, that's a screamer. Cause yeah, I just don't remember his name, so I can't say yes or no. Got acid in there, sir? Ha 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 ha. I don't know why I take off my goggles. My goggles, only to put them back on. I can do a quick Google search right meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, meow. I need to stop meowing the songs. Never. Ooh, a piece of paper. Man, I miss the X-ray. Don't run with it. Somebody needs to remind me, don't run with it. And by that, I've played this trial so many times. I should know better. Mr. Richard. Damn. Where the hell am I at? Can I get through here? Like, to over there? Damn, they got that whole other section blocked off. 7 out of 8, I need one more. Okay. Oh, this is the beginning. The beginning of the fucking trial? Because Easterman... Nobody? Oh, nobody. I don't know who the... I need to look up their names, I won't lie. Wahoo! And look at that. Evidence 1. Okay, courtroom. Oh, I like this one. Coil appears up top. He's so angry up there. Okay. Oh, I have to do this one now. Okay. I'll sacrifice this one. And now we must implode his head. We have a stable microwave trigger. Microwave trigger. This is gonna take a little bit. Oh, one more time. Sorry, sir. Oh. I wasn't pressing the right button. Kaboom. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, I think I'm gonna give up my... He did. Oh my gosh, come on. I was like, why isn't this going? He wasn't quite dead yet. I'll give up this. Trying to find out their names at the same time as looking. I will not lie. Oh, he's over here. I hear him. Was he around this corner? Hello, little guy. Oh, I can kill him one go. I'll save it. He's gone. Oh my god, I hear her whispering. Ever heard a Vocaloid? Why, yes. Yes, I have. Let me sell you, ma'am. No, thank you. I love Vocaloid. Who is your favorite? Well, that was rude. Why did she jump like that? I'm insane now. Anyways, what's your favorite Vocaloid? Who's your favorite? We love Miku. Our Lord and Savior Miku. But we love Teto. Oh, he didn't move. How nice of him. I thought I was gonna scare him away. Anyways, he's dead. Is there only one? It's two. We love Teto here so much. Oh shit, oh shit, oh fuck. Oh, my wall and I'm insane. Oh, I cannot see. I think Easterman's gonna be really mad at me. Don't touch me. Make with that. Yes! I love Nero so much. I think it's... Well... That was mean, ma'am. Easterman's gonna hate me now because of you.
This is my god's boss.
I couldn't go that way. Excuse me. Excuse me. I love... Back in the day, Gumi used to be my favorite, alongside as Rin. I loved those two so much. Stop! My little claw. I need this. I used to listen to so much Gumi. It was quite rude. It scared me. Okay, so he's this way. I was too stunned to speak. I'm gonna keep that. I don't know why I flinched that badly. What was I gonna do? Punch him? I literally can't punch Skinnerman. She landed me in the fucking thing. Oh my god. This song is, you know me? I don't know if I've listened to that one. Oh, I can't use it here. Ow, stop it, sir. I'm so close to death. Don't do that to me. Oh my god, bro. I got absolutely rocked. Oh, my brand is so good. Oh my god. Okay, she's not after me. I'm just gonna heal a little more. I got my shit rocked there. I was so like stunned. Recently, Bird Brain is like one of my favorite ones. Ooh, I'll take a brick. That's a new Teto. Oh, I can't open that one down. That's a metal door. Oh, I can do this one though. I'm trying to think. Bird Brain was a really good one. Oh, I forget the name of the song. It was something love. That one was really good. Should just put on Vocaloid. I never know what to listen when I play certain games. I don't want to scare him away. Well, I guess that worked. I didn't mean to go out here. I didn't mean to go out here. Oh, he's over there. I literally saw him in his tidy whities. Him and his tidy whities ran. How rude. Like spoken for. That's the one! That's the one! Spoken for is so good. Oh. Yes, she's over there. Good to know. Don't walk that way when we come back. Oh, there he is. Okay, he's the last one. Don't get popped. Okay. I feel like I actually should get some health somewhere. Because I got my shit rocked. Oh, it's right here. Oh, I can grab that stamina. Oh! Documents. Brick. Where is it? There it is. Never mind. Safety didn't say shit to me. Good. Good old alien screech. I feel like that needs to be louder because it's not too loud in my ear. And also, that scares me. The xenomorph scares me so much. I love the alien, but he's scary. Hey, Goyle. I feel like I'm just taking people on tours when I'm doing these trials. I'm like, okay, so we have this next. Next, we're gonna have to do these, but we need to do the generators. Crank disable, so we gotta go over here. You're gonna follow your little cords. They're gonna go to each side. I don't know if I've gotten enough ambulance, I'll be honest. Oh, thank God, it's just tinkering. That was the most inconvenient place for you to appear, ma'am. Anyways, Coil's here too. We're just gonna recharge this. Xenomorph doesn't scare me. The other things. Oh my God. I really want to respond to things and laugh, but I'm so stressed. Just gonna drink my tea. So true, though. Okay. I'm still scared of it, though. If that little alien is not on my side, I fear for my life. Okay. I love when Coil starts singing Guilty. And then we're gonna wind up these things, and then it's gonna fucking. He's extremely close to me here. Oh. What the fuck you say? Butcher Vanity is delicious. I love that song. I should just put on that playlist. I wonder if I have, okay. Oh, I already did her legs. Oh! Oh my God, that was so jarring. And you know what time it is? Do that, and we're fucking running. Running straight out of here. Did I collect all the things? I hope I did. That was a whole woman. That was a whole woman. That's not the right window. That's the right window. That's not the right window. Get out the window. I got it. I'm gonna run through there. Ooh. Bam. I don't know if I've gotten all the ambulance.
These people the lightning's coming for. The whole sky's guard.
I have. You stop. Hey, you stop. Hey, you stop. Hey, you stop. And that's how you bully a prime asset. That's how you do it. Cat thumbs up. I got a fucking beat. I got bully beat down. This song reminded me of the play. I need to learn a monologue. I think we're gonna write something down. Stick to it. For once. Are we in January? Oh my god, why do I have that tab on that month? We're in February. Where's February? I mean, that's not bad. A beat's not bad. I really want to listen to The Butcher. Oh, that's what I was trying to look up. I was trying to figure out what character I was thinking of in Outlast. That's his name, Rudolph. Right? Oh, hold on. We need to hear the Easterman.
Not great. Is that the
Only
future
kind
we're
of
trying to
related,
make?
but I'm still irritated at the lack of Mother Miranda content. Picture was cute. Fair. Real. But yeah, honestly, seeing as what weird people are on the internet, I'm really surprised by that. Can't do my nails. Which... Why can't you do your nails? What problem are you having with them? I was trying to find my room. It's down here. Okay, we're just gonna stand in here like this. He owns. He should be the one who owns. Okay, he was for the lead for Wall Rider. That's what. What's Easterman's fucking first name? He's the one who we see. That is Easterman that tells us really nice things and is like, oh my god, maybe I love you. No, you don't, sir. You just really like that I go through these trials and don't say anything. Where's my hype playlist? I would kill for some long nails right now, but I literally cannot. Nope, that's Halloween. That's the wrong one. Hype. I wonder if I have Butcher Vanity on this. I feel like I should. I love this Miku song. I don't even think I have spoken for on this. I don't think I ever updated it. I don't even have Bird Brain on this. Crazy. Do I have Butcher? I don't. Okay. Butcher's on this. We're gonna add something to some playlist. His name is Page. Yeah, Jamie Page. Bird Brain. Oh, he did Butcher too. Kind of forgot about that. Add to that playlist. And then we queue up that and we queue up that and Machine, because I like that one. How long has it been? Okay. Oh, if I could spell. Spoken. I've spoken for on here twice, and I can never be mad about that. It's always one of my favorite things. Something that is both gross and makes me mad about Mother Miranda content? Sure, yes. Find Shakespeare. Monologue. Why did I do that? I write in all caps and then I wrote one not. Okay. Rosemary Winters has about 100 less image. That's crazy. And like somebody would say, because I know there's stupid little defense in their brain. It's like, oh, well, she's older when the DLC. Yeah, she's still a fucking child. She's a teenager. She is older. Yes, she's not a fucking baby, but she's still a fucking child. Yeah. And I'm like, your case is not getting any better. She's aged. Correct. That's what happens. Nobody stays a child forever. Nobody stays a literal baby. Or a baby in 4 different canisters. I'm just like, what the fuck? That is disgusting. I see what you mean by... Yeah. Wow, we did them all. We're gonna go on intensive, and we're gonna play some of the MK trials. I'm going to run to the restroom. I couldn't find my little case. I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick. So I'm gonna give you Nessie. Oh, Miku songs are gonna play now too. So I'm gonna put Nessie here. I'm gonna go run and do that. Maybe grab cheese. I don't know. But I'll be right back. Do not worry. I will return. Do I have a lot of tea? Decent amount. I'll be back. I'm not varieties. Oh, bless you, Mochi. Oh, hi, Lexi. You okay, Mochi? Dogs be barking. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Sorry, I'm short. I'm also reading the things, but I don't have my headphones on. Accurate response. Whoa. Slightly bright outside. Standing up. Mellowed at everything. Being depicted as 18. Drew her, like, the DLC meaning she's... You made her 16. Yes. Hello? Yeah! No, literally! That's not a language I speak. People grow dollar. This... God. I hate people like that. Because, like, it's a big thing with some animes. Where it's like they do draw, aged up versions of them. But if you want to draw aged up versions of them, I feel like it's almost still iffy because it's like, okay, so you had the thoughts before, but also with anime, I get it because also, like, sometimes it's a case of like, man, if I was that young, yes. But also, I don't know, with Rose, it's very weird because I know how freaky people are with the Resident Evil freaks. But if you're gonna age her up, that's fine. But make it clear, because if you're drawing her like the DLC, then yeah, that's a child. Like, I like some, say like My Hero. I don't like a lot of the fans for My Hero, but with My Hero, a lot of them, they'll change their hero suits and everything to their aged up suits, or like to what they would think before it finished, what they would think their aged up hero suits would be. So you can kind of see the difference. So I'm like, okay. But she's actually a 569 years old dragon. Actually, she's about 1,000 years old, so she's not. Then why'd you make her look like a child? It has its hard facts, like, ways to go around, because, like, say, if you want to play that game of, like, okay, she's a 569 years old dragon, how long do dragons live? Because then she's still a child in dragon years. Make her look like a fucking adult, yeah. Just, like, adult women, oh my god, they're so pretty. Oh, I hit my charm on that. Like, they're so pretty, and you can make them still look young but adult, you know? I didn't get a fun drink. Oh well, we're gonna do some intensive MK challenges. I'm not turning on reagents. I'm gonna get my beat actually smeet. My meat absolutely beat. Oh my god, it looks like my wife. I said my wife's full name last night and that was jarring. I say it sometimes, but like, I don't think I've ever said it to her face. So I thirst for smoking grannies. You know the one? Fuck yeah. I think I'm gonna sit. I don't have Kuromi behind me. I can actually sit back, which I do occasionally, but I can sit like completely cross-legged. The gremlins of workplace safety. The gremlins. The consumer's choice between value and virtue is no choice at all. Kill the foreman and slash production costs. Oh, it is on this one. Okay. Oh yeah. Dan. From Dan, the granny. I can't believe she's the granny in a sense of how like young old she is. Oh my god. She's going at it. What's our loadout? Only short time for imposters? Oh, that's good to know. Oh, I like the invasion. Like, reduce sound from running and door openings. Disturbances appear only for a short time to imposters. Okay. Anyways, she... whole adult. But so pretty. So pretty. Spoken for, yes. I'm on intensive. I have no time to waste. I need tools. I need tools. I need tools. Bricks. Done.
Beastie, in the veil, erase me.
Ma'am, I just got here. I just got here, ma'am. Oh my god. She got my ass. Okay. Again? I forgot she's so much more aggressive. Okay, that needs to open immediately. Open immediately. I'm fucking running for my life and my dudes. Difficulty level 1. Okay. Keep this. We're gonna keep that. I should be able to open this. What's right here? Okay, we'll keep that. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you guys silly little things. Dum dum. I'm gonna tell you guys silly little important things, and I'm gonna have you guys remember them. Possibly. I have a hot take. Momo. So... okay, wait. Let me lock in. I stepped on that immediately. Storage, workshop, foreman's office, bathroom. Okay. Those are the places I need to go. And I need to find microwaves. Unstable microwaves, particularly. What did I say? Storage, workshop, foreman's office, bathroom. Okay, now I can pay attention. I need to hurry. I'm going through like mixed emotions everywhere. Be right back. Okay, take your time. Be safe. Okay, make a fuck ton of food. Yeah, no, I can agree with that. That's why, like, not just with my hero. It's with a lot of, like, other, respective...
None of these truths are self-evident.
I would really like to not be insane. I won't lie. She doesn't have anything on her. Anyways, I found one key. So we have one. Oh my god, yes, use that. Okay, anyways, continuing on. Fuck you. Me? Demon? No. Men's showers. We need the bathrooms. I haven't found another single microwave workshop. Let me in. Okay, anyways. Yeah, I feel like they did a poor representation. Like, Girly is eating a lot. Like, not that she's gonna be fucking huge or whatnot, but like, who else was it? I feel like there was a... It really the other way. Archives? Oh, downstairs. Okay, I need to put these keys in. Because I will not lie, if I see that freaking Jaeger... so I think Easterman's gonna hate me. I be running into everything. Oh. I need to get to see. How nice. Give me that bottle back. Oh, it's A. I can go upstairs and then do that. Okay. House comes from her fat storage. Do you have something for me? You do. Thank you. I'm like on... Oh my god. There's a naked man chasing me.
There appeared to them cloven tongues as of fire, and they began to speak in other tongues.
I guess I'm gonna continue on because I can't fucking go back that way. What's this one? Stuffing? Not where I need to be. Did I step on another one? What's this? Foreman's office is all the way at the end. I do remember that. I can't see. I just like gulped. Here. Rappa. Ooh. Shield, but also. Oh my god. She's nothing. We do need the microwave. I'll give up this. Don't step on that, me. Surveillance is up there. I need to get into this door. Oh, I need to go through C to get through that door, don't I? Okay, I should be able to open this and then go that way. Oh, my cat's here. When I'm in an MK challenge, especially when they start like rising the things, I get really stressed. I'm like, oh my god, I gotta go. I gotta fucking go. I gotta go so fast. Somebody behind me? No. My cat is here though. So we just need... I think it's the bathroom? Infirmary. Oh god, I can't go that way. Sorry if you hear thunking. It's my cat smacking her head on... I almost said on the microwave. On the, Are you real? That was a little ballsy of me, I won't lie. I don't remember you. I have enough ambulance though. Okay. Guess we're in B. Let's double check. B is... Oh my god, the man. I just like skipped out on so many microwavable doors. Oh my god. Oh, I ran out of... Okay, excuse me. I ran out of energy. Archives? Anyways, back to it. We're just gonna open that. Make my life a little easier. Side-eye? Also, thank you. Is it showers? Do I need it in showers? Oh my god. Okay, good. My cat's sitting down. She only stresses me out when she starts to move a lot because I'm like, please, please, if I get stressed, I'm gonna have to yeet you. And not actually yeet, but like drastically move. Okay, this is open. Let's go put the keys in because I don't want the Jaeger to show up. I swear I'm doing my job. I'm gonna read the chunk of messages you have. Bathroom. Oh, it's in D. D bathroom. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna take this. Leave my brick there. Ew. I heard breathing. Okay. Resting shield gets a side eye from me is because the child in the show is called... Oh, wait, I know. Okay, yes, I know which character that is. I'm gonna go this way. I have cat fluff in my nose now. Only a little insane. She's a little child, but later on she levels up, so she changes and now she looks like early 20s. Oh. However, I still saw her because she's still mentally fucking child. Yeah, like, physically she aged up, but mentally, she's still the same. Bathroom? Oh! Bathroom. Bathroom. Okay, now we're gonna sit in the dark really quick. So I fucking itch my nose really quick, because it's cat fluff. Sir, I don't need you doing that right now. Mother Gooseberry's here, okay? I didn't need that sort of reaction from you. Okay. Excuse me, pardon me. I feel like I don't have a lot of stamina, but I am just holding W and shift. When the MC doesn't try to... Oh my god. Tentacle, go away, thank you. But, he sees her as his sword. Do I hear somebody behind me? Oh, I do. And we're compacting somebody. Okay. We're going up. We're going up. We're not going the same way. I forgot. Oh my god. Okay, I have to go this way. I need to remember which way I went. This way. Didn't fucking open that because I'm stupid. We're gonna go this way. And we're gonna go this way. And then we're gonna cut this way because this is open. We ran past an enemy right there. It's okay. I was blinded by the censorship. We're gonna run this way. Ow. We're gonna run this way. Jump down. And we're gonna hold this. Okay, we did it. Oh my god, she's right there. That's a little suspicious. Oh, I kind of wanted to throw this at somebody. I have a bottle. Okay, we did it. Anyways, okay, he sees her as her sword and as his daughter. Even if she tries to fuck him, he's gonna be like, nah, girl, you're my daughter. Fair. And that's fair. But then it's also the play of even if it's not the characters in it, and like what you're saying, you're still side-eyeing it, because like, okay, nothing bad happens in the show, but it's how people are gonna see it. And we know how some freaks of the internet are gonna be. Oh, what did I do bad on? Sound traps. Fair. I ran into so many of those. I was running for my life. Did my foot fall asleep? No. That's just like weird. I know that was a whole thing too. I have not seen it. I forget what movie it is. But it was the same case of adult body but child brain.
You're doing the work. You're letting the fear feed you. I know.
So it just plays out weird. It plays out weird when they do that.
Maybe now you know it too.
If you completely age them up both mind and physically, okay. It's a little odd when it randomly happens, unless it's like proper time skip. But yeah, a bit odd. Who left my door open? Me, probably. Catalog. Oh, I mean, I have so many of those, but I completed it. Do I have enough? I do! I can put that atrocious outfit on, but I can't. I wish to be a clown. That's just... It's like wax. Like it's melted skin, but it looks like wax. It's the way it's melted. Ooh, that's kind of gross. Like cool gross. Oh yeah, I can get this room. Oh. Oh, that's like cool. Ew, there's a child there. Are those potatoes or bread? I really need to get this one, which costs super cheap, but because I want this clown still. I want my emo clown. I like my colorful clown though. Okay. We're just gonna do like maybe 1 or 2 more, depending on how long these take.
You are powerful. You are beautiful.
Then
You are
I
deserving.
got extra. It wasn't the reason, it was for something else, and his else that he's ex-friend. Okay. Some other reason, but still ex-friend. Peter, because he said he'd give Liliya a good fucking. I called him and he said, nah dude, she's leveled up, she's an adult now. Oh cool. Does that mean someone who has the mentality of a 6-year-old but a body of a 30-year-old, an adult? Dude, that's gross. What? That's so fucking funny. Sir, you just described exactly who you were talking about. Oh my god. Cancel the autopsies, friend. My foot is asleep. But not the foot I thought was asleep. Actually, it was the foot I thought was asleep. I was sitting crisscrossed. Crisscrossed? I do this one. You do be sending long messages today. I ain't mad about that. At least this isn't Discord. That's gonna be like, hey, I think you sent a little too many images all at once. I think you're spamming. No, you're not. You're just yapping. You just be talking. What if I moved to Japan? What if I moved to Korea? Like, what if I did that? Before you go. We're just gonna run back. Run back. Liliya. I want to play Deadlock. I didn't play Deadlock yesterday. I actually want to play Warframe. I have so much money, but I'm going to spend that money like immediately. So I won't lie. I'm like, oh. I'll just wait till I get a discount again to buy more. And this is gonna say our favorite chair. Is there anything out there? Never really looked out there. Oh, I got a whole staircase. Sleep room. Sleep room. Never like really looked out there. Ooh. Is that Easterman? Oh my god, he's looking at me. Okay, I'm sitting down in my chair. So much money? I'm gonna spend it immediately. I mean, whenever I get paid. Real as hell. Real as hell. The bangs.
You are the lamb.
I'm the lamb?
You are also the shepherd. In a world of belief.
I mean, watch out, I don't really care about what Easterman has to say to me. I do have Cat on me. She's just chilling. Oh, Mochi, did you almost knock down those books? I didn't even see that. She is hitting a pressure point. What if we all move together? What if we all move together? That would be impossible. Peeking from hiding spots won't be seen by... Oh, that's no effect. No effect, no effect. Ow. Sorry, Mochi. No effect. I'm like so interested. No effect. Okay, some of the ones in the tool slot. Mochi's putting all of her pressure on her little bones into... Well, let's get a window! I want to play Warframe. I want to play Deadlock. I want to play Deadlock more. Warframe, I just want to like check in, see all my stuff, do a little grinding. I'm almost done with a level I was trying to do. Mochi's putting all of her pressure and like putting it into my fucking muscle. Is she already out? Tell me, what do I need? Wheel. The wheels on the bus go round and round. Gasolina.
One target.
Gasolina. Wheel. Taking all these hearts.
That's not a good person. That's not a good person at all. I tried to get everyone to move to South Dakota, the exact center. You're right, you did. Which trial is this? This is a brand new trial, actually. This is one of the newer trials. This is for Franco Bambino, so we'll be running into him. It is kill the... Oh my god. Chick's on my ass. Kill the legacy. Find and erase Franco's legacy. Didn't really want to jump in here, I just wanted to go in. So it's a short NK trial, 15 minutes, and by that, you never know how long those trials will be. I took an hour in one time. And that's because I was kind of being stupid. Hello, loud car. And I didn't know what to do. But we are throwing... Why was he just standing there? Protest yesterday? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I really want to go to one. I really want to, man, I was talking back. Oh. Man, I gotta get this trial started. And I got Bambino trying to shoot me. Oh, you stayed there?
This is my God's bones.
He was just standing there, menacingly.
Menacingly. The wheels on the bus. Okay, wheels on the bus. Oh god, I can open this door. He was just standing there. Menacingly. Hey, so I don't remember that being there. Just gonna do that. Oh, we gotta hang out for 1 second. Said I might return. True. Well, welcome back. The wheels on the bus? That's Gasolina. You were there for sure. I don't know about her. That's not a wheel.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I'll hydrate in a second. The wheels on the bus.
2 targets remaining.
Gasolina.
Hey! I want to talk!
I don't want to talk to you, sir. That was really rude for both of them to do that. Crazy. I will hydrate in. No, I won't hydrate right now. Oh, okay. I will hydrate right. Please don't see me, man. My cat's on my normal arm. I can reach for it, so I have to, like, reach over her. She just got mad at me, too. She just put her other paw on me, just like, don't you move, mother.
Why would you do that?
Wasn't that where she was standing before? I don't know. Give me that. Door. Bow, 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 bow. Not the right one. I'm gonna get in so much trouble. Oh my god. It's Gasolina. Isn't there another room over here? Actually, that might have something. I need to stop turning these. Yeah.
1 target remaining.
Door. Electric. I should actually take this. There we go. Wahoo! Gas pedal. Gas pedal. Gas pedal. This was all that was happening last night. Wheel. Are you real?
Please proceed.
I shouldn't just ask that to her face. Are you real? I'll take the risk. Who's behind me? If I just balls to the walls it and take them off of her, what's she gonna do? What's she gonna do if it's actually her and I just grab the necklace off of her? What's she gonna do? Stab me? Yeah. Yeah, she will. Oh, God. Oh, oopsie. Oh, oopsie. I had to move my arm and I let go of it and then it went wonky. What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? Keys? Oh. Gasolina. I should know what this one is. Ooh. Oh, what would the keys be? Oh, document. Engine? Door. I think the keys go to the door. I think that's what that... Oh! Franco, that was my fucking head. The awkward situation I'm in. He fucking shot me in the fucking head. You wouldn't hit a fucking baby, would you? I love that line. Okay. There's a lot of women right there. Quite scary. I think I'm looking for a door. Oh, what is it right here? Okay. Oh, I was just... Oh. Well, you're not what I need. Do we know what Mr. Bambino is? Free bullet! We gotta go through the back anyways. Okay. My cat is like gracefully cleaning her face as I'm trying to like not run too frantically. Door. What a great song. Got the spare heart. Okay. Okay, well, keys go to doors. Now we learned. That was really loud. Car battery. Like doing my rounds. Oh, I thought there was a bomb there. That's a wheel. Is it here? Car door. One. Oh my god. Please proceed. Do I have adrenaline? I do. What? What is she? I don't like her speaking in my ears when I'm insane. It's not a really great combo. Hi, Skinner Man. It's not a great combo at all. Mochi is so peacefully on my arm. Okay, we're just gonna go in here. Hit it. And we're gonna gas him. Yeah, we're gonna take a move on this. Sorry, sir. This is like what happens when you rebirth one of the times when you get literally strapped to the wheel and you have to be driving. Sorry, sir. Oh. it gonna be, baby, you know? Please let me out. Okay. They let me out like really late. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. I took adrenaline. I'm running as fast as I can. Oh my god, I gotta do the ending thing too. I forgot. That part's kind of fucked. Grab a heart. What's the word? What is it? Wheel! Right fucking there! Don't you dare move! Where? Where? I missed!
Get back here! Fuck you! You think I'm getting it?
I can't believe I fucking did that to him. I don't have any regrets. Oh my god. What a little bitch. Shouldn't say that, as I still need to find the wheel. It's over here. It's at the exit. It's not. Where is it? Oh, it's right there. I want to throw one more bottle at him. Oh, okay. I won't throw one more bottle at him, I guess. Yippee! We did it! Wahoo! Wow, 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 wow. Are you having fun, Mochi? I love that little animation. I almost think we should do one rebirth. That's just gonna take so long, unless I rush through it. I don't really want a rebirth. I kinda just want to do MK. One more MK should be plenty of time. Gotta go? No worries. Thank you for joining us today and everything. Have a good rest of your day or good night. Depending on where you're at and what time zone you're in. But thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Hope to see you around. Oh my god, we have stream tomorrow.
You make this look easy. You inspire me.
Oh my god, Mr. Easterman. Thank you.
On the sadism, the abuse. You're beautiful. I'm going to shower you in humiliation and contempt.
No, thank you, sir. No, thank you. I'm actually kind of feeling really hungry. We can do one more. Fucking run it. Fucking run it. What do you want? Cancel the autopsy is kind of fun. I don't like punish. Yeah, cancel the autopsy. I have so many tickets. I can't even use those anywhere. What if I listen to Warframe music? Time to go. One more, one more. This is probably the last time I'll play this game for a while. So I'm getting it out of my system until suddenly I'm just like, you know, what if I just play Outlast Trails? Meow, 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 meow. What if you listen to Epic? I still need to get my friend to listen to Epic.
You cannot allow evidence to determine the course of justice. Corpus delicti.
I'm on database right now.
Find the bodies and grind them to slurry,
Wednesday
and
afternoon.
we will let you out.
I want City Pop. I was trying to change the volume of it and then it started going wonky. There we go. I don't want to see him pull out his intestines. He's so gross. I have all the prescriptions again too. It didn't take too long to like get back everything that I had lost. Let's see. Warframe! I want Warframe. Oh my god. Oh my god, Warframe. Dude, I want to try. This is skincare talk. Sorry, Mochi. I just needed to move your little toes. I want a new face wash, and that's what I was searching for. Didn't find my face wash at the Target I went to, and that's when I was just like, alright, this place literally didn't have anything on the shelves. I don't know what the hell they were doing. Big overhaul, change of things, but nothing was there. So I was kind of annoyed. But hitting that button. Wow. But I didn't even refill my face wash because I'm like, I kind of want a different one. I don't know, but I don't want to pay a lot of money for it. But I like certain face washes. But the big name brand ones, like fancy ones, aren't really worth it. They're just big names. Some of them are worth it. Some of them fucking wonderful. Oh yeah, I gotta worry for her. Is he even out? Oh, he is. What do we got right here? Nope. Wait, let me... Do you have a necklace? Yeah, you're not her. I ain't scared of you. I quite am scared of you. Oh! Ma'am, please. Please get off of me, ma'am. Please, ma'am. That's a bunny. What do we got here? Store. I kind of didn't process that shape until it was already too late, but luckily it was the right one. I just kind of clicked and I was like, oh, yep. We're going. Oop. Okay, to the next section. Hopefully the Jaeger doesn't pop out because I'm just gonna... That was rude. I think my cat's snoring? I can't really tell. Let's see if I can get a... Rig recharge. Okay, I know that one's real. But I know she can hide in things too, so I gotta be careful of that. I just like gulped. Wahoo! Are you real? I hope not. Okay. Run. We fucking run it. Are you real? He. My cat is snoring. She's also in an awful position that I'm like, that's not helping your breathing. It's not helping your breathing at all, girly. Whoop. Exactly what I needed. Okay, well she's back there, so any mannequins I run into I can just steal their amulet because I know she's back there and she's not in my face. Okay, let's just plug these in so Jaeger doesn't pop out. Like, I'm sorry, Jaeger. I'm just a girl. Why is she looking at me like that? Moon, don't need you. I like all the goodies over here, though. What's that? No, lockpick. Oh, lockpick, you say? Actually, I don't want this. Ooh. Oh, they're very mad at me. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your door. You have a troublesome girly on job site? And now let me explain. Oh, okay. Oh, I can't get in here. I like the let me explain and then I lock back into the game. I don't know why I just did a circle. Perfect. Execution. Before I get called to action. Okay, fair enough. You're covering your ass. Okay. A couple types of women who work construction. Those who want money. Fair. That is fair. Sorry, I locked back in again. You know what? I don't know what I thought I was gonna do there. Now I'm standing in the literal open. Are you real? I gotta stop asking that. What am I looking for? Heart. Okay. Right. Well, I'm taking your jewelry anyways. Mochi, you cannot move my hand like that. No, you're not it. I'm taking your jewelry. That one's that. Aye. Here, let me just get rid of you. Oop, don't. I stepped in. Touched my little toes. Got a body in here? No, you don't. Ooh, paper. Okay, got a blast. This one is crown. So I don't need you. There's a lot of bottles. Damn. I don't know why I like looked around the corner. Okay. Those that don't trust their husbands, those that are looking for a husband. Okay, fair, rough around. And those that like attention of being the prettiest girl in sight. Okay. Sorry, I had to add that twang to it. It's not even that twang, but you know what I mean. I'm gonna be the prettiest girl in the party. Fire. Let me give me this sector. Hey dude, do you know where the key is? I don't even know where he is. Oh, he's on the floor. I got a body in here. Oh, he's right there. Twang is how it's... That twang is how I meant it to be. I understand your brain perfectly. Oh my god. That's horrifying. Okay, so she doesn't actually work. She just throws to follow them in. I hate those type of people because we have them even at our job where it's like, okay, girly. Like, do your fucking job at the least. Hey, Koyo, this way. Oh my god, a woman. Oh my god, a woman is swinging. Oh my god, when we were playing this last night, they didn't hit the button, and I was like, oh, you didn't hit the button, wife! I kind of want Coil to join in on this. Where's the fucking thing? Oh my god, she wouldn't throw it! I almost threw it there. I was trying to get her to throw it and she didn't. Anyways, that's just annoying. Cause like, girly, I think getting hit there at the end caused me to get an A. But like, if you're gonna flirt with everything that breathes, okay, sure, fine, get some standards, but also do your job at least. At least do your job. My girlies at work. Oh. We definitely know who I'm talking about. But like, it's just, I hate that, especially in construction. Like, that's a lot of hands-on work and just a lot of work. So if you don't do that, that means it gets put on everybody else, and then that's just so much more troublesome for the rest of y'all's. Because you gotta do her work.
Excellent
So that's annoying. Also, perfect time. Oh.
I hope you know it works the other way too.
You say you love me? Oh my god. I like this door. That door's where you relapse. Hehehehe. She's gonna be the prettiest girl in the party. Okay. Take a pit stop in my room and we're gonna end stream there. Oh my god, my room's the last one. Pretty satisfied. Pretty satisfied with this purchase today. That's a cool poster. I don't really care about it though. It's just that. Zap. I finished it all, so I don't know what to do with all these points. But we will buy all these. Not enough. Not enough. Okay. I think she likes me, which is good. Fuck off. I'm here to work. Not fun. Fair. Tried to offer me to buy food from her mom. I passed on it and she got really irritated. Weird of her. Weird of her because it's like, sometimes some people just genuinely don't want food. Like to do that. A little bit odd. Just a little bit odd. Ooh, fashion. Fashion frame. That's fair. Fair. Understandable. God, that's annoying though. That's just annoying to deal with. I think. What frame? Love war frame. Damn. Okay, that's fine. Where is it? Raid. Yeah, okay. We are gonna raid Tori because she's playing Stardew, and we usually play Stardew today, so I'm gonna drop you off at a cozy, comfy stream. She's snoring big time. I don't know. I think she's angry at me. Miss you. Oh, we'll miss you too. We have stream tomorrow. I'm gonna write the little message too. We have stream tomorrow. It will be our lovely little Resident Evil. Where's the one that I want? I want this one. Oh, just two caps. We will be playing the DLC. Doc, it won't be till the endish of it. So I will let you know when we get to that scene, if we do get to that scene. To fuck off. Or at least you mute the stream. That's the little raid message for Tori. Other than that, I love you all. I'll see you all tomorrow. We are doing the DLC. I'm very excited. I think we can get it done. It shouldn't be too hard. I'm tempted to do a lot of the challenges and whatnot on stream, but I don't know if everybody wants to see challenges and whatnot. When it's done. I'll have Kai on retrieving you back duty, I think. One of the two. One of the two. Anyways, I can't wave my hand. I can wave this one, but not while I press this. I love you all. Thank you for an amazing stream today. Bye-bye from here. Otherwise, I will keep on yapping, as we know. Thank you for an amazing stream today. Thank you for the subs and the gifted subs. Let me start the raid so it starts ticking. We are raiding Tori because Tori's back, so we gotta support her. She is playing a lovely little Stardew, solo Stardew today, so just go give her some love and everything. Other than that, I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.